We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future. CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
People have no idea that spirits and magic exist. I didn't, but it's everywhere, if you know where to look.
This world has forgotten true power.
We're in this together! Hey, come back.
Time to
End this.
As Zaun's living battery, Zeri uses her electric powers to charge herself and her weapons for any situation. Full of spark and energy, Zeri electrifies those around her when no one else will. Her foot is always on the pedal, speeding and zapping around the battlefield with ease. This current has a short fuse, but even against impossible odds, she refuses to give up.
Lightning in a gun coming through.
So get ready to swim with the sparks. Welcome to the Zeri Champion Spotlight. Zeri's passive is Living Battery. When damaging enemy shields, Zeri shields herself for a portion of the damage dealt. Any shield Zeri gains grants her a brief movement speed boost.
No slowing down.
Zeri volts things up with her Q, Burst Fire. Rather than a traditional basic attack, Zeri fires a barrage of 7 rounds that damages the first enemy hit. It has an incredibly low cooldown that scales with attack speed and no mana cost. Burst Fire will also crit and apply on hit effects. For all intents and purposes, her Q is a basic attack skill shot. Burst Fire's passive turns her actual basic attack into an ability, meaning it applies spell effects like Riley's Crystal Scepter, but not attack effects like crits or Sheen. This ability can be charged by moving and casting Burst Fire, dealing massively increased damage and slowing at full charge. It also deals extra damage to low health enemies, making last hitting minions a little easier. But be careful because attacks drain charge, delaying her access to that big chunk of bonus damage.
Got the fuel up.
Zeri's W is Ultra Shock Laser, an electric pulse that damages and slows the first enemy hit. When the pulse is targeted through terrain, it widens and extends into an ultra shocking laser that hits multiple enemies. Zeri's E is Spark Surge. After dashing a short distance, her next 3 salvos of Burst Fire will pierce, damaging enemies beyond the first. Attacks and abilities on enemy champions reduce Spark Surge's cooldown. Zeri can surge across any terrain she touches, no matter how wide. While skating over terrain, cast Ultra Shock Laser for more voltage.
Got him.
Zeri's ultimate is Lightning Crash, which unleashes an electric nova that damages nearby enemies. Hitting an enemy champion grants Overcharge, which gives increased attack speed, bonus on hit damage, and a chain lightning effect on Burst Fire. Overcharge also stacks, providing increased movement speed per stack of Overcharge. Attacks and abilities on enemy champions add stacks and extend Overcharge's duration to ramp up the movement speed buff further, which lets her kill enemies in a flash. Or without it.
Gotta hurry. People need my spark.
While you might be ecstatic to attack, be cautious with excessive auto-attacking and draining your charge. Instead, use abilities and kite enemy champions for a fully charged slow, then rail them down without a sweat.
Come on, Zeri. Fight to win. Remember that.
If you spot your team in trouble, Spark Surge is a great tool to swiftly join the fight. Target some terrain to skate over, and right before you land, cast Ultra Shock Laser for an electrifying entrance. Being a literal battery has its positives, especially in rapid-fire moments. Lightning Crash early in fights, and keep Overcharge stacks up with abilities and charged attacks. With all that extra move speed, skating circles around the enemy team is a breeze.
Look at them scramble. We crushed it.
Even if a situation looks dire, Zeri can turn the tides with a multi-target Lightning Crash.
Fight's getting messy. At least I'm consistent.
With overcharged speed, use Static Surge to quickly reposition yourself and provide Burst Fire support from a safer position. Like a familiar shiv, chain damage among enemies and speed your way to victory. Lightning always strikes twice, or 3 to 7 times. Uncover more about the Spark of Zon in the links below.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. My favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistol's maker, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Now the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to another time. We are traveling on gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a blue eye. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching new horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of light that we touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of
Welcome, one and all esports fans, back to another exciting season on the PCS. I am, of course, Pyrotechnics, your play-by-play caster for this evening. Joining me on this broadcast is the wonderful, the biggest brain, and I'm just going to go ahead and dare say it like all of SEA. It is Clement K2. Hey, how is it going, my dude? I am so excited to be back for another season. The spring split's going to be great. We have a whole bunch of new faces, a whole lot of untested talent. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we got new intros, new logos, new faces, but hey, at least us two casters, we're still the same guys. It's been almost 6 months until we finally start 2022 in the PCS, and there's just so much new things to share.
Absolutely. We have so many new players, so many new teams, in fact, practically a majority of all of them to go through, and we're going to see a lot of those faces tonight. Before we get into all of it, I would like to take a brief moment to thank our wonderful sponsors that help make the PCS Spring Split possible. They are, of course, going to be CTBC Bank and Caliber, and also our broadcast partners, that is Carry Live, Riot Games, and Garena. Thank you for making it all possible and making this split happen. So, Clement, we have so many new faces to check out. We have so many teams to talk about. But I don't want to get carried away with what's new, because a lot of the players that are returning are some really exciting faces, and we have a lot of interesting new team dynamics to talk about as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing, the headlines that you will hear about the PCS is that, oh, Doggo and Maple are now playing in the LPL. We have Gemini going over to 100 Thieves, and we have Chowie going over to Coach TSM. So it sounds like a lot of people have left the region and moved on to major leagues, and you know, we definitely wish the best for them and their personal development, but that also opens up spaces for new players to kind of emerge out of the woodwork, and we will be talking about it. There are three main sources coming out here from the LDL, from the amateur scene, and from the collegiate league here in Taiwan. So don't be worried. Even though the familiar names that you have heard about the PCS might not be here anymore, there are a lot of people to fill those shoes.
It is a talent-rich region, and out of the ashes, you could say, of some exodus, there is going to be a lot of new teams. Top of the order here in our standings, of course, everybody at 0-0 before we play any games, is CTBC Flying Oyster. That's a team that has a lot of faces people will recognize. Other squads, of course, will go through the rest of them, but let's take a look at today's matches. To kick things off, we are going to be getting a pretty interesting one in Deep Cross Gaming versus J-Team. This is a matchup of J-Team and the faces of J-Team past.
Yeah, there are a lot of familiar names. Most of these players on both squads obviously played on J-Team. Nesty and Hana, that combination is back to challenge JT as they bring in Uniboy and Kongre back onto the roster. And last but not least, mage player. Last time we saw him play was in 2018 in the ECS. Played a lot of Aurelia and Yasuo, but right now I think it's all about mages for him, and we're going to see how that does for the new organization.
Absolutely. Now, not only do we got to talk about mid laners, because bot lane is also being infused with a whole lot of talent as well. And the one that really speaks to my mind, I think, is Kriskata, because this is a player that, you know, really is getting a first chance on this type of stage and has been mostly just working off of ladder. Like, I was taking a look at some of the stuff he's been playing over in the Korean Challenger scene, or rather, in Korean solo queue, and a lot of it comes down to what we're seeing in the meta. We're seeing the Jinx coming out. We're seeing the Zeri coming out. I'm really excited for the PCS to find its own take on this meta, where the bot lane hyper-scaling carries are starting to take off in this season.
Oh, for sure. We're going to see a lot of Jinxes. Maybe Caitlyn's going to be let out sometime, hopefully. But Kriskata, as a player
right now.
Yeah, that's yeah, if you come from Arcane, I'm sorry, but you're probably not going to see a lot of Caitlyn. Kriskata,
that's okay. There's Jinx for you.
True. Kriskata has come from that LSC cloth again, and this is a player that's actually been around the scene for quite a while. We think about pro players and think about them like being, you know, in society already, but a lot of them are so young that they can go pro and then go back to the collegiate seat and then come back again. So the pathway, you know, it's very interesting to see how players are actually coming up these days and coming into the PCS.
Absolutely. Rounding out our new players, of course, are going to be our supports that are joining the league. You can see there's also a pair of them for Meta Falcon team, who we haven't really talked about that much yet, but we'll get into. This is, of course, a squad that is fully collegiate. In fact, really had their debut there and made the decision to stay together as a roster because they wanted to prove that the idea of a collegiate team could really take off. And they have some coaching staff that really lend some credence to that theory. Some really well-known names, including one Firefox in the mix.
Oh, this is such an insane experiment from them. They were a team that went 14-0 in the LSC, and they said, we're just going to jump the gap and bridge it directly to professional. They didn't even try to go piecemeal into the professional scene, which is what you mainly expect, since I'll be honest, these players do have some gaps in terms of their LP and their current level, but they wanted to stick together as a group. We're going to see how they're going to do under the guidance of legendary coaches like Firefox and D. And talking about legendary coaches, we have PSG Corgi that just won Worlds coming back to his home region.
Yeah, off of a Worlds victory, World Championship with Edward Gaming, with EDG, comes back and signs with PSG talent. I'm really excited to see how that one plays out. Also, some other names that people might recognize. We talk about some of the coaching staff. LX2 coming in for Meta Falcon team. Jay-Z for Impunity as well. So, we have so many new faces, and it's often the players that we talk about, and, also familiar faces if you are watching the SCA scene, but the coaches too. Sometimes you don't really think about it, but it makes a big difference, especially from everything in the pick ban and how they adapt week over week.
Yeah, we do have some pros coming back in, like Achi. He was on J-Team before and was on the Assassin Squad, now coming back to coach. And I also really like NFT's coaches, Liang. Even though they have D, they have Firefox, they still want to keep the coach that gave them that LCS success into the roster itself and keep them moving towards in the PCS.
Absolutely. So many new people to talk about, and I really wanted to deep dive into everyone, but obviously with so little information to go on, we just have to wait until we see them actually finding their footing on the Rift at this highest level of competition. And we are going to get into our first match of the night. It is Deep Cross Gaming will be starting in this first matchup, and their lineup, of course, is Leaky in the top side, Hana in the jungle, Nesty in the mid, Kriskata and Woody to round things out. And this is a squad that I really do think has a lot to prove, especially for the players that are no longer members of J-Team, their opponents tonight.
Yeah, this is a very fun squad. The team looks extremely familiar because they are essentially 2020 spring J-Team that was the regular season first seed, but they have a new top laner and a new AD carry. We talked a little bit about Kriskata. Let's talk a little bit more about Leaky. This guy has been going into, he is a Korean Challenger player. He plays Challenger in Korean ladder. He's not Korean, excuse me. But he was known previously on Alpha Esports for being a Kale player. And, generally because Hana and Nesty have been more of a utility duo, we expect this team to be very topside focused. We expect Leaky to pull out a lot of his bruisers that he's shown in the past.
Absolutely. So pairing that, you also have that more supportive side for Hana. But let's take a look at J-Team in their proper lineup. There has been some infusion of talent and a couple of roles here. Driver, of course, returning to the top side after benching it for a little while. But really what excites me is to see this duo of Komie and Uniboy, which fans of PSG at Worlds 2020 might recognize.
And fans from MAD from 2018 might recognize as well. This is a very accomplished duo in this region. They have went to Worlds twice already. Uniboy, of course, went to LPL, but unfortunately the teams he were on were not exactly the best. LGD and V5, he had combined something of less than 20% win rate.
He did not get 5 Vs with that for sure. That was unfortunate.
Yeah.
But he's back in the PCS. We get him back, and that's okay. And, we get Lil V and Enzo to round things out. I really think this is a strong team on paper. And, unlike their opponents, the mid-jungle synergy here and the mid-jungle activeness, I think, is going to be a really big hallmark of this team's strategy.
I'll just say this, but on paper, this is the best mid-jungle duo you are going to get in the PCS, at least this split. And they also got very strong endorsements from PSG's former GM, Glenn. He's moving to North America. He hasn't announced which team, but when we asked him, what team do you think is going to win the PCS? He actually didn't pick PSG. He actually picked this J-Team squad to do it. So very interesting to watch out for this team. And looking at the rosters, I think they're going to play an exactly opposite style from the side of Deep Cross Gaming, as Driver has been known to be more of a tank. They have been known to be more slow-paced in their bottom lane, more about scaling. So I think we're going to see a clash of top side of the map for Leaky, and then bottom side of the map on J-Team's side for Lil V.
Yeah, and Lil V was always that that more stable AD carry bot laner that could really get to the, if you could get him to the late game, he's going to be able to do a lot of work for you. He may not win the game for you, but he certainly won't lose it out. But we'll have to see how it all shakes out as we leave things out of the Rift. It is going to be the pick ban starting things off. Zoe taken off the board, a Jinx ban, blue side, as well as Gwen for Deep Cross Gaming and J-Team. They are hitting the top on Leaky at first, and then moving over to the Xin Zhao and the Karma. Ooh. That does mean the Zeri is left up and available, so Kriskata will get his debut on the newest champion.
Yeah, this one is the champion that everyone is going for. 60+% win rate in 3 different roles in Korean Challenger in the last patch.
Pentakill on its first LCS game too. I mean, it's definitely making waves.
She's a very, very strong champion, but we have to mention we are playing on 12.3, so that does mean her Triforce build is not as favored. The crit build did get a little bit more incentivized. I also want to mention in the ban phase, you always ban Zoe from Uniboy. This is going to be a perma-ban this split. Everyone just get used to it.
Yeah, Uniboy will probably go a little bit more utility in that sense, but we'll have to see as the pick bans continue very fast tonight. In fact, Aphelios locked quickly by J-Team, as well as the Viego for Kongye. That's a little scary, let's be honest. Leaky's also going to get his hands on the Tryndamere. So just looking at how the comp's shaking out, there's a lot of power picks that were just snapped up quickly because the bans were a little bit more focused this time. And they'll round out the bot lane to finish. Enzo gets his hands on the Nautilus.
Yeah, we are seeing a pretty clear direction from DCG in this draft, and that's going to be the triple dive comp. We have seen a lot of this in the LPL. You pick a fighter in the top lane, you pick Diana. But what I will say about DCG's current comp is they're going blind. They didn't go blind Diana. Diana's not very strong early game, and Tryndamere, they're picking it blind here. That's a lot of confidence coming in from Leaky. We're going to see if it works out or not. We have seen Tryndamere's fail before, so, you know, maybe he can pull off a Doran-esque performance and keep that pick in there. But I do feel like DCG, they have a clear strategy, but I think they're showing their cards a little bit earlier than I would like in this draft.
Yeah, first game of the split, sometimes that happens a little bit. You have a plan. Sometimes you stick to it a little bit too well, and you end up revealing more than you wanted to. A pair of side lane bans thrown out at the end there. The Vex will be off the board, as is the Jace, so they are attempting to put Driver as much on the back foot as possible, even though he's more likely to take a tank. We are seeing the Gragas hovered right now, and I think that maybe the lock, it gives a fair amount of front line to J-Team.
It really does. I like this Gragas picks because at Worlds we have seen how Gragas can counteract the Tryndamere. You can even go AP on Gragas, and because your cooldown is shorter on the E compared to the spin in coming in from Tryndamere, you can cancel him out in lane completely. And then in team fights, it's very hard to reset and go in again as a Tryndamere when you have to go over that explosive cast. So I really like what J-Team are doing. They're sticking to their guns, playing that bot lane, playing more towards the bot side strategy. While DCG, Lulu is another one of those great picks if you are going for triple dive. You can keep one of your bruisers alive, and whoa, we have seen Ivern mid in the LCS already. I think they could pick it.
It was just the hover. I mean, I'm excited too. I want to see if that ends up being the way. It's actually going to be a Bard. I think this might be Lulu mid.
Yeah, it is going to be a Lulu mid. So the triple dive is a little bit interesting here because they're putting Zeri in there as well. So I do expect more of a tankier build coming out from her if she's going to be, you know, expected to participate in that one. And, you know, talking about Nesty and Hana, these two guys are not known to be an early aggressive duo. They play a lot of utility, they play a lot of bruisers to push people along the map, and this is right down their alley.
Last pick comes in for J-Team, and it will be the Lissandra, and that just kind of reads to me as like a, you know, a little bit of extra lockdown. Let's hold the line. You know, it's funny. When we saw Kongye last split, he was a part of an HKA squad that pretty much just lived or died by his Blade of the Ruined King, and I almost feel like we're getting a little bit of that deja vu in here for J-Team to start off. Kongye, as a carry player, can completely take over a game, and Viego's a champion that enables that. But yeah, I guess with Uniboy Zoe banned out, he just goes kind of a little bit more on a fallback, and I was kind of hoping for something a little bit more bursty, maybe a Syndra coming out, but go off, I guess.
Yeah, I think for J-Team, they have a very, very strong mid game. Like, if you look at this composition, it's basically impossible for Diana and Tryndamere to make it past the front line of not only the Nautilus lockdown, that champion has 4 crowd control abilities by himself, and then you have Gragas that has a slow, the explosive cast, and then you have Lissandra. So I think for the mid-game team fights, it's basically impossible for J-Team to lose unless they miss position. But if you go into the late game, I feel like DCG once again will gain the upper hand back because they have all this split pushing potential. And if Zeri does go for the build that we kind of expect with the sort of Triforce build, she's actually a very good side lane split pusher there as well. She has the HP to kind of duke it out with most of the bruisers, and she has a great wall jump to keep her safe there too. So, no, it's mid-game, JT favored, but late game, I actually like DCG a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is interesting. Coming into this, I think looking at just the rosters on paper and trying to get a read on the meta before we actually saw any games, J-Team definitely seemed like the strong favorite far and away. But certainly this shakes things up a little bit if the game goes a little bit late. As far as that's concerned, I think it's going to depend on how the mid-game looks coming out of the lane phase, if there's a significant advantage gain. Again, I'm always looking at what Kongye does early, if he sets up those plays. Also, there's a chance that Gragas starts a roaming and gets him off to a flying start. But all that speculation doesn't even matter because we're about to get the real darn thing. Deep Cross Gaming taking on J-Team for our first match of the PCS Spring Split 2022. And we are underway with some pokes, Clement.
This is the cheese build right out the gate. You've all heard about Janna Top and how she can just bring Smite, but you can actually do the same thing with other support champions. And Nesty is pulling out a Smite Bard mid. This is going to be so fun to watch.
It's like I was so sure we were getting the Lulu mid, but no, it's the Bard. So I feel like now I understand Uniboy a little bit more. He's like, I don't want to deal with this crap. Just give me something that won't die. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. Bard mid on our first game. Enchanter, double smites. We're going to get a lot of Bard roams, and I guess Uniboy is just going to free farm.
So we are going to see a more standard setup, as in standard by saying that the smite is going to be top. So essentially how you should read this is Bard is still technically top, but he's not going to be playing top that much. And I really like this fake out that they did. Gragas is not a champion that can threaten your tower, so essentially they used Tryndamere, and that was why I was thinking, why would you show the Tryndamere that early? And I guess this is the reason why. So they faked out the Gragas, not a tower pushing champion, and then they counter with a Bard that can roam the map without getting punished. This is some 200 IQ 5-head drafting coming out from DCG, but I will say that this strategy has not been that successful overall in professional games, because in professional games, a lot of times what happens is the enemy top laner is not just going to idly sit in top lane and try to push your tower down. He's actually going to join the fight, and they can coordinate well enough where they can keep their top laner in the game and still have that impact. So we're going to find out if this strategy can work in the pro level.
We're getting a good test case right now. This is an interesting start to things, and I do love that Deep Cross just decided not to hide anything, not to hold their strategies whatsoever. It's like, no, out of the gates swinging on game number 1 of the split as they get into it. This is just going to be so much fun. We will keep an eye on the bot lane. I do feel like we have to keep it locked down here because unlike last season where bot lane was in a very a sad place to be if you wanted to have impact, now it's very much the opposite. The teleport changes have really shifted the meta up a lot, and we will see the dredge line coming in. Enzo starting things off, but Lilvi is forced away very quickly. Chriscata actually going forward, but maybe stepping a little too far right now, and you can see Kongye sniffing around here for more. Hana's going to come in to try and help things off. Lilvi a little bit low, forced to flash away. They follow, isolated from the team, and first blood as Hana dashes forward to secure the kill. We're not done yet, Leaky. Clement. Enzo on the run, Leaky getting the chickens down, and Enzo, he's going, gone. 2-0 for Deep Cross Gaming.
The Avenger JT squad beats the JT squad original, and that was just very unfortunate right there. A great timing by Woody to kind of slow down the auto attack coming in from Enzo. They didn't get the staggering blow in the position they wanted to, and that allowed Chriscata to actually kite back and pull J-Team out of formation. We saw Little V walking way too far forward, taking a bunch of damage, and when Diana came in, there was nothing left to save him. So very well played here, coming in from the DCG bot lane. They had Viego coming in from JT a lot faster. Kongyue was in position, but unfortunately, that auto attack not going off for Nautilus really hampered their efforts.
Yeah, Hana, we talked about how he wasn't necessarily known for like these big plays, but he comes in just in time to help clean up. Let's take a look at this play again, because it starts with Kriskata actually going a little far out of position, but he gets behind Woody before the stun goes off, and that makes all the difference, it seems.
Yeah, we did see Enzo sort of hesitating on that play, took a lot of tower damage, and then Little V was in the front line by himself before Viego could come in, so they could focus fire him down, and TCG are not letting down the tempo, really getting the most out of this roaming Bard top.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a great start for DCG. I'm loving this right now. It's 2-0 at just 5 minutes into the game. You see Nesty, not only is he getting his roam on, he's able to clear the vision away, and they're pushing deep under tower. Lil V at half health. Enzo not 100% either. I was going to say there might be a dive, but I think they know Kongyue is here, but this isn't what Kongyue wants to be doing. He wants to be playing on the offense, not on the defense.
It definitely isn't, but they don't have a choice right here because DCG have an extra member in the Bard. Look at the top lane from Driver. Remember, his teleport can only go towards the tower, so he can actually only join this once they dive.
Magical Journey, Enzo, he has nowhere to go, and into the back goes Leaky to try and finish off Lil V. Doesn't quite have it, and they might leave him for dead, but he wants to finish the job before his ult runs out, and he manages it! Leaky gets the kill, hashtag worth, as Kongyue should be able to clean him up, but Driver secures the kill. Still a well worthwhile trade.
An absolutely beautiful play. JT knew that DCG was there, but they weren't willing to expend the teleport first just to ward people off, so DCG still get a beautiful burst right down on Enzo, who's missing his flash. They get the kill, and then Tryndamere things happen to Lil V. I'm very sad to see that. Even with the ult reset coming in from the side of Driver, they were not able to prevent the death going down to Lil V. We're going to watch the angle of attack here again. Leaky instantly going on to Little V. Driver tries to save him, doesn't matter. They can't get the burst down through the Undying Rage, and he goes down for the second time in the game. JT, we talked about Little V being their main carry. If he's losing lane this hard, it's actually very difficult for Aphelios to get back up on the ground.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. I mean, Lil V definitely needs to get into the late game to be relevant here. Right now, just sitting on the Noon Quiver, he's not that far behind in items, but the key difference here is he's just not been able to stay safe, and, you know, they're shifting him up to the top side because they realize they can't get a whole lot done on the bottom. Meanwhile, Deep Cross Gaming, they're going to be able to go ahead and free secure the Mountain Dragon on the bottom side. And as the full swap goes in, it just seems like J-Team, they've ceded control of this. They may be favored comp-wise in the mid, but they're going to be going into it at a significant disadvantage.
Yeah, just such a fun comp to watch coming in from DCG here. But looking at the turret platings, J-Team does come out just a little bit further ahead. They already had a bit of turret damage here because Bard was not really playing laning phase whatsoever. I guess that's just the life of top laners in Season 12.
Yeah.
The correct way is not to play. Yeah. That is the sad thing about what makes this strategy actually work, is that, oops, sorry, I'm going to have to leave that for later.
Yeah, they're posturing a little bit here. Whoa, that root, but Hana flashes away. Meanwhile, I think, yeah, Deep Cross weren't expecting that one as Kongyue comes in and secures himself the first kill, this time on to Nesty. So a little bit, I don't want to say hubris, but clearly they kind of were caught asleep at the wheel there, Deep Cross.
Kind of an awkward play coming from them. They were chasing after J-Team members, but J-Team were actually stacked up as 5, so they had the extra member. They're very happy that's coming out here. This has been very popular with her. It's essentially a bruiser build with a lot of wave clear. With the Runon's Hurricane and the Titanic Hydra, you can actually double up on Titanic Hydra's passive, and that just demolishes waves extremely quickly. You can have great side lane potential, and with Zeri's ability to just move across terrain, you can actually join your team, which is usually in the middle of the map, very quickly with this sort of build. So that's why we're seeing Zeri be such a power pick, and why she's banned so often on the red side. Even though she might start out as an AD carry, you can really play her in any lane. She actually has good survivability on the side lanes, especially with this build.
Yeah, a really interesting kit, right? She combines a lot of like interesting champions and covers up some of their weaknesses. Like the burst fire thing reminds me a little bit of like what Jinx can do. You know, got kind of like a zap-like ability as well. But also, you know, the dash, you know, more like a Lucian or a Graves, and the safety there. Also the shielding. I mean, that's massive. The fact that she can really sustain herself really well. And add to the fact that you know you have such a emphasis on some of these enchanter champions that can grant shields. It's honestly, it's small wonder why she gets banned so often, and we're also seeing why right here. An interesting choice by JT not to ban that away, and also Deep Cross, remember, they banned like some of the other meta choices. The Jinx got removed early on blue side.
Yeah, really nice banning coming in from DCG. They basically took away J-Team's best champions. Uniboy Zoe is legendary. Little V has been known for his Jinx play before Athelios was even a thing on the Rift. So well done there. But DCG might be poking a little bit too deep right here.
There we go, the Moonfall! Oh, do not connect with the Tempered Fate on the Bard, so that actually splits things up and gives an opportunity here for J-Team to come right back into this. But will it be enough? They actually whip on a little bit. The Polymorph comes through, and Uniboy gets blown up as they turn around, realizing there are no cooldowns left here, as J-Team are easy pickings left, right, and center. Everyone's picking up kills, and it is a clean wipe on the Rift.
A perfect ace coming from DCG, and I have to say, the MVP of that fight for me was definitely Woody. A perfect polymorph as Uniboy was coming in. He didn't even get to cast his ultimate. Nobody was stunned by the Lissandra. He just goes down immediately. Uniboy, welcome back to the PCS. We're going to watch this again. This is actually a perfect fight scenario for J-Team. They can use the terrain to keep Little V relatively safe and can focus on targets as they come in. But watch this. Lissandra comes in, instantly polymorph, doesn't get to cast the ultimate, dies instantly. There is no crowd control left, and DCG get free access into the back.
A great chugging of the aggro, too. You know, you talked about how Criscata on the Zeri can sustain a little bit more, even tanked up a little bit of the tower shots. Honestly, Deep Cross, they are very ahead in this game, but they are playing just so well together, really working with the kits that they have in each of their champions. And even though some individual misfires may happen here or there, they always have something left in the tank, whereas J-Team, you know, they're just a little all over the place there. They kind of got gifted that setup and just could not execute.
Oh no, I feel like this happens with J-Team every split, where, you know, they come in with super high expectations and they get smashed in the first week. I love it though. Like, I love when teams that are supposed to win kind of lose to the proverbial underdogs coming in here. DCG with Hana and Nesty that were J-Team's previous mid-jungle that gave them that first seed in 2020 spring are getting a very sweet revenge here.
Yeah, this is looking good for Deep Cross in their debut on this one. So many new squads coming in, so many new names, but also familiar faces on those teams. Looking to close this one out right now. They just have everything on the map. Looking for the Tempered Fate stop up. They do manage to catch out Lil V. A timely barrel from Driver will stop that before it starts, but honestly, the cooldowns, they don't have to care. They can just keep on pushing as they own all of the Rift right now.
Yeah, nothing J-Team can do, and just look at this gold deficit at this point. They're close to being 10,000 gold behind before the 25-minute mark. So DCG, honestly, they could contemplate just diving this tower here, especially with seeing Driver without the ultimate. They can't reset the Tryndamere anymore. I'm pretty certain if DCG want to go, they can actually just wipe J-Team. And I think J-Team knows it too, so they're just giving up on this outer tower.
Yeah, that one's going to be fired down pretty quickly here. So not a whole lot J-Team can do, but just see their world get smaller and smaller right now. The miracle fight that could come for them, it seems like they need to account for so many things. And on top of that, the fact that, as you said, they're just about 10,000 gold in the hole. So there's not a whole lot they can do except just try to hold on for dear life. You do see Lil V starting to stack up a couple of items. He will be instrumental if they are going to turn anything. But here we go again. We are going to see another Hextech Dragon secured. This should be that soul pickup, and here we go. It just keeps getting tougher and tougher for J-Team to do much about it.
Oof, and this is the perfect Drake if you have full map control and you're running a bunch of side laners, because this Drake allows you to get slows on your auto attack. It's very much like a static Shiv in its making. And what this means is that J-Team are going to find it even harder to venture out onto their base or even secure their own jungle. There's so much catch potential coming from DCG. And like we talked about in draft, J-Team actually don't have good comeback mechanics. If you're talking about Gragas and Lissandra late game, these are kind of half of champions. They do engage and they tank, but they're very limited in their roles. And I just have to say, I feel like J-Team missed their window. They played the early game execution just way too poorly against a team that can snowball super hard with this Tryndamere and Diana.
Yeah, Leaky could get caught here, but honestly, he's still Tryndamere, so I'm not even entirely worried that he might just not take someone down with him as the rest of the team comes in. The Tempered Fate lands, the cavalry of DCG have arrived, and they may shut down one, but they shall pay dearly as Deep Cross just death by 1,000 deep cuts. And it's going to be Kongye Driver already out for the trade of Leaky, and now with the numbers deficit, they just keep on pushing here.
If you thought Tryndamere surviving for over 7 seconds with his ultimate was very annoying, well, Nesty just added 2.5 seconds to that with the stasis coming down, so he was alive for a very, very long time. He definitely should have been punished if he was on any other champion, but I'm just going to say, for Leaky, that was all calculated, and they do get another successful trade.
Yeah, go ahead and give the other enemy team a little bit of gold, give them some false hope, go ahead and set things up. It's just another showcase of how mobile this Deep Cross squad is right now on the map and can just do so much work for it. And it does net them an inhibitor. Overall, net win, just every play seems to be high percentage for them. And yeah, Kongye, you can actually see someone recalling. Well, maybe not. And it doesn't really matter. If you wanted to go for him, he's been shut down this game. And this is kind of reminiscent of some of the HKA games of the past where he doesn't get ahead, you don't really see them do a whole lot. Not necessarily his fault, but putting it all on Lilvi for the late game is going to be tough because they just keep losing in these engagements. As you said, there's not a lot else they can do with the composition. They don't have a lot of good comeback mechanics or honestly even good insurance for losing out in the early and the mid game. So it's going to be tough for them to find an answer in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I mean, we can't talk about how ideally this should have gone from J-Team. They have a composition that can catch out one target really easily. As we see Nesty going in.
They're going to catch out targets. Oh, bye, Enzo. Man, Zeri scary. Oh, no, another Tempered Fate lands, this time mid-jump on Driver. And I don't think he's going to be doing a whole lot as Uniboy comes in to try and make a play, but just no damage left. So they managed to still clean up too. Enzo, Uniboy both down into the base, go Deep Cross, and waiting for those minions to climb their way in so they can try and push this to finish.
There was nothing subtle about DCG's offense right there. They just walked it down mid lane, and they were in full vision of J-Team, but J-Team still could not respond because of that Tempered Fate, because of the Hextech Drake going over there. There's too much catch potential, and now DCG are looking at that potential first win of the PCS in 2022.
Yeah, they're just letting this one go. For right now, doing the damage, not pushing too far forward, not giving an opportunity for comeback, and of course they can just walk on through. Hex gates are open, as are Magical Journeys. It's just another portal they can jump through. And with the Baron up and running, and it's just free season on this one, it seems like it's pretty much all over but the Nexus, Clement.
Yeah, we're going to find out if Kongye can get a lucky steal right here. He has no vision in the Baron pit so far. He's going to have to guess on this one.
They turn for it. They don't really need the Baron. In fact, they just need the kill. Cascada goes for a godlike on this one as they then collapse in. Massive moonfall. The double kill for the Zeri. Even further, Lil V deleted and no one left. That has got to be GG.
That's definitely GG. And J-Team, the team with the original brand, cannot beat the mid laner and the jungler that they let go. The ones that you let go are always the one you, I guess, love the most or are going to hurt you the most in the future. And congratulations to DCG, Deep Cross Gaming, with this first win of the PCS.
Absolutely well done as they pull out a spectacular performance on the triple dive composition and showcasing, despite a handful of nerfs, Zeri is still a pick worth banning all the time. I do love it.
Look at that.
They're pulling out the numbers. Everybody knows.
They know all of them were former J-Team players at one point, so they're basically putting up the nameplates on when they served J-Team and when they were released. This is the Avengers squad, and they came prepared.
Oh boy, absolutely. Honestly, What a fantastic one! I'd love to see this made into a Marvel film, because that was definitely quite a lot of action. But it was all one-sided, unfortunately, for the side of J-Team. Deep Cross making a hell of a statement to kick things off and showing off their previous J-Team credentials in the process. You gotta love it when the teams always have something extra. Reminds me of the old Machi hype video stuff that would happen at the end of the screen. Maybe a little bit of Dancing with the Cat, something like that. Good times.
You guys don't know, Machi is no longer with us, but their spirit lives on and with a lot of their players. Congrats to Deep Cross Gaming again. We do have to talk about like the idea of this game from J-Team and where they failed their execution. The ideal type for how they should have handled that first Drake fight is you just wait on the dragon, you wait for whoever comes in first, whether it's Diana or whether it's Tryndamere, you blow that target up, you get the reset from Viego, and then you just carry on the team fight from there. But I don't know why, but Enzo went for a very risky engage that pulled the entire team up onto a ramp where they were completely funneled in, and then you saw Little V as an AD carry have to flash over a Drake pit to join the fight. That was just not how you should have handled it, and because of such a one-sided affair that fight was, I felt like the game was just gone and over at that point.
Yeah, that seems like that was like kind of indicative of what the rest of the game was going to look like. But there were so many moments where there were head scratcher engages, right? I mean, Enzo was not the only one. We saw Driver really trying for it and just a barrel blown left or right. And it's like, well, you've kind of just given away a tool, even if you don't get punished for it in the moment. So it does seem like a number of the J-Team members were really just not sure when they should go. And the instinct was to pull the trigger, and it just didn't really work most of the time. By the time they were all fired up on the same page, something inevitably went wrong. They were down in the gold game, or, you know, honestly, some clutch plays on Deep Cross preventing things. That polymorph on Uniboy's Lissandra was beautiful, and you can call it unlucky all you want, but, you know, they just didn't pick the best times to go in. And even when they got something, like when they ganged up on Leaky, they ended up paying for it.
Yeah, that's, I think the bigger question for J-Team is how are they going to combine the very aggressive tendencies that we have seen from Uniboy and Kongyue in their past with the sort of slow and meticulous style that we see coming out from Driver and Lil V. They really are a, you know, they are a tale of two cities at this point, where I feel like they have very different styles, and you can kind of see it in their first game where they're just not on the same page. It's only the first week of the PCS. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of growing pains for a lot of these teams, but definitely not the performance that we expected from J-Team. I think a lot of us, and you know, we just talked about Glenn putting them at the top of the PCS, and personally for me, I put them in the top 3 in the rankings as well. This was not exactly the performance that I expected to see.
No, me as well. You know, I consider this team to be at the very least in the top 4 of the standings, but the way they were playing was just not quite all on the same page. You know, perhaps if we were playing best ofs, we'd see some adaptation and see how it goes, but as it stands in a best of 1 situation, they just never got it together, and you can see the gold game was a bit of a builder, but then it just spiraled out of control past that 20-minute mark. A huge amount of damage dealt by the Zeri. Criscata, welcome to the PCS. Enjoy your stay at 20K. And he was cleaning up, but he was also a huge part of it. I do want to give a big shout out to Hana as well, because man, those were some beautiful moonfalls that were coming in to set up the play as they went for the deep dive. Everybody was coming to the party. I love the novel use of the Bard as well. The double enchanter strategy certainly can work, and clearly J-Team were not prepared to handle it.
And I just want to say the way the double, the smite top lane is supposed to work is that you're supposed to fall behind in gold and fall behind in EXP and then gain that back through objective bounties. That's actually how that strategy works, but they were so far ahead that it didn't even matter. So
yeah, I mean, it's all banked up at that point.
Yeah, so we got to see the pure upside of this composition, and once again, if you look at the gold graph, it really was that Drake fight that I felt like doomed most of this. We saw a 3,000 gold spike at that first Drake, and congratulations to Criscata, the first Zeri of the PCS,
wow,
and his first chance to showcase what he could do, coming in from the LSC, having a great performance. He's really proving that this collegiate system could work out on the big stages.
Produces some serious talent, 90+% gold or kill participation, I should say, and he did over a third of his team's damage. He wasn't just cleaning up kills, he was dishing it out, and I think Zeri is probably going to be banned the rest of the day, Clement, based on that performance.
Yeah, I know a lot of the fans of the PCS have been saying that, oh, the talent is stagnating, we're seeing the same faces year on, year end. Well, guess what? Criscata and the LSC is coming to shake things up.
I am so excited, and we have 3 more fantastic games on the horizon to see how it all goes, but we got to take a quick break. When we return, Frank Esports will take on Impunity.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And welcome back, everyone. Once again, we are kicking off the PCS 2022 Spring Split. I am still Pyrotechnics. He is still Clement, and we have gotten off of an opening game that I think went a way that was very much the opposite of many would expect. However, this time around, I think the expectations might be all over the place, but before we get into the match, I do want to take a brief moment to thank our sponsors. Once again, of course, you can see them down at the bottom of the screen. They are CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS Spring Split possible. Now, Clement, we've got a brand new team, and a team with a lot of brand new faces as well, between Frank Esports and Impunity. This seems like it could be anybody's matchup.
Yeah, this is, Frank is obviously a new organization coming in here, and I do like the name choice. If Edward can win Worlds, so can Frank. So yeah, it's a big, bold statement coming in, but That aside, this is a team that we have seen a lot of players, and I think the interesting ones are Kana, which has been sitting on the PSG bench for quite a while right now, and now being known as Pretender coming into this squad. If he does well, he could hopefully go back to PSG and take his spot away from Bay, so there is that sort of incentive for him to really perform here. And then on the other end, it really is Impunity staying and growing on the league. They have kept, in my consideration, their best player, Blaze, onto the roster and added a lot more firepower. So looking
firepower.
Yeah, looking at Frank, we do have Pretender, Kana that we just mentioned, Eminem and K2, no strangers right here. Eminem used to play on Hong Kong Attitude. Rest in peace, they're no longer with us. And then K2 moving from the AD carry position back to his support position in this duo.
Yeah, from the Berjaya Dragons, of course. They've also added Holo, former Boom Esports jungler who shared time last split with Alex. But if anything, Holo definitely proved himself quite a lot. A very good tank engage player. Definitely had his chance to shine on a handful of some more of those bruisery types of champions. I really liked what Holo brought to the league, and I'm excited to see what he does with this new squad. Rounding it out, of course, with Kurt, and seeing how he will do coming out of the Asian Cup scene. He's a player that's known for a little bit more of the carry champions, the Camille, the Gangplank. We're going to see what he's going to be able to do here with this squad. But as you mentioned, Pretender, riding the bench on PSG, getting a chance to really prove himself here. I was speaking a little bit to the PSG ownership, talking about, he's a long-term prospect. We want to see him grow. So it's absolutely not a problem to loan him out. Go ahead, Frank Esports, give him some free training. And it's, for Pretender, it's only upside here.
Yeah, I personally really want to thank Frank for cobbling this team together at the last minute and giving the PCS full experience of 10 teams here. So, let's see how this new team is going to do. In the meantime, Impunity Esports, a lot of names that you might have seen before. Taco actually played in the LMS as a substitute. Faith was previously known as Error and did play on BLG Junior. Again, another talent coming back from the LDL. Blaze and Krelix, as you have seen them in the previous splits, and Quiet, which is kind of the new addition here, a star player in the League of Legends School Championship, one of the best top laners they have there, and a very aggressive one with the Jace and the Camille. So we're going to see if he's going to have the same dynamic as previously Top King, which was one of my favorite players to watch from the Impunity squad. Can he match up to that same degree?
I actually think, unlike the last matchup, top lane is going to be a really important one to watch, right? Both of these players are new, coming in off of either collegiate or, more amateur cup scenes. They're both favoring a lot of those more carry-oriented champions, so should be a lot of high contest here as we get into the picks and bans. Let's go ahead and take a look, though. It does seem like Impunity have learned the lesson that J-Team did not. Zeri banned away, Caitlyn, of course, following through, and we do see the Thresh and Akali bans on the Frank Esports side. So a little bit more closer to what we would have expected coming into the start of today.
Yeah, and this is interesting from Impunity because if I'm looking at the sort of 80 carry matchup, Impunity, they do like to give Blaze one of those stronger meta picks coming into the game. They're leaving a lot on the table. In the recent patches, we have seen Renekton and maybe Corki being banned all across the boards here. But both of them are still open in this draft, and it is going to be M&M snagging down the Aphelios first. I think this is probably the best laning champion that we have in terms of the top 4 or 5 picks in the meta right now.
Yeah, it's also one of his most played champions if you look at last split as well, back when he was on Hong Kong Attitude. Rocking about 9 instances of that in the summer split. Definitely one of the ones that's carried over, a lot of the other champions we could have expected from him, maybe the Jhin Varus. This certainly has more prio, but it does leave the Jinx up and available, so Blaze will get a chance to lock that one in. So we now start to see the priority down bot, definitely giving Impunity a chance to grab something and pairing it up with the Nautilus right off the bat. That does mean that Eminem's going to have a little bit of trouble if he wants to try and dodge not only the hooks, but the zaps as well.
Yeah, we do see this in the meta these days quite a lot. Usually Thresh is kind of the best support for both of these, but since Nautilus does counter Thresh a little bit with the hook mechanics, obviously you can't flay before the hook lands onto you. So the preemptive Nautilus has been very common coming into this. And we are going to see Frank here actually deviating from the sort of standard trade-off. They are going to go for the Leona instead. A little less synergistic with the Aphelios, does not provide him with an escape, but you can go forward with his composition.
Yeah, Holo also getting a chance to go on the Xin Zhao, another highly contested pickup. It does mean Taco has the Lee Sin instead. So champions that we saw a lot last year, certainly making a reappearance once more. Back into ban phase 2, we have the Vex removed for the second time today. Won't get to see that one on the Rift, on the Hands of Pretender especially. So we'll see how the mid lane starts to shake up as the bans start to focus that way. We already saw the Akali, the LeBlanc removed from Faith's champion pool. What else? And, well, it's going to be the Gwen. Up top, they focus on Quiet.
Really interesting that Corki is being left open right here. Usually with the LPL logic is if you have Jinx and Corki, you kind of won the game already. It's just a very strong poke composition. You have auto attacks from 725 range. You get a couple of missile barrages in, and suddenly the enemy is half HP and you can just kind of take over. So we'll see if yeah, potentially Frank could ban that away, especially if the Syndra is being taken off the table as well. A very strong counter pick into that. So they're going to take away the Twisted Fate. So leaving Impunity with a very strong options here.
Yeah, Impunity definitely has a chance to get out to a flying start for sure. We'll see if they go ahead and take the Corki. I think it makes the most sense given how much the pool has kind of been dredged to it, but they do want to focus on that top side. This is actually a blind pick here if they do lock it for Quiet. The Camille, one of the champions he really prefers, both him and Kurt. They will lock this in. It gives a fair amount of mobility here. And what will Frank answer with this? They have to round out their composition.
This is very non-standard to blind pick your top laner right here, especially Camille that isn't even really considered a top tier F pick. So I'm a little bit confused here. Maybe they are that confident in Quiet's Camille to pick it, but I don't think this is exactly going with meta trends. On the other side, we do have Frank going for potentially the top lane Victor that we have seen a little bit in solo queue. And
yeah, it's a chance.
Yeah, it could just be mid. They have been dancing around the idea of Captain. That would be a sort of semi-counter to Corki to kind of scale on. But they do settle with the Gragas top lane. Very safe pick. We have seen a lot of Turbo Chem Tank. Gragas is here. And just with the Victor. So very standard build from Frank.
Rounding it out too, it looks like Impunity playing around with the idea of doing something very different from the Corki. Instead, the Rise gets locked in to finish things out for Faith. So looking at it down the line, it seems like, yeah, Frank have a pretty solid front to back. They've got a nice front line between K2 and Kurt here. Holo can also get up into the front, and then Victor is going to be the one that's going to be protected and trying to dish out all the damage. M&M's, of course, Aphelios later on in the game as well. And looking at the Impunity lineup, yeah, a little bit interesting that they put so much heavy prio on Quiet's comfort pick of Camille.
Yeah, very interesting sort of draft coming out from both sides. On the surface, they look very similar. They're engaged compositions with hypercarry ADCs, but I think the real difference does come in the side lane control that Impunity does have. Rise right now does build almost kind of full tank with the Filmbur Winter coming in as his item of choice. He's basically the only one that kind of uses this new item, and he can't do a lot in the side lanes. He can't push for your team. The same goes for as Camille. While on the other side, I think Frank does come out slightly ahead in terms of the 5v5 scenarios right here. So very similar, but a little bit nuanced differences in their preference for side laning and their preference for full-on front-to-back team fighting.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see in particular how Frank plays well together, because as you pointed out, this was a team that really did get thrown together at the last minute. Of course, their mid laner on loan from PSG and the rest of the roster just kind of rounded out. It happened, you know, so close to the start of the split that our announcement didn't even have them up there. It was just a TBA, and they are all together. They are assembled. We talked about J-Team Avengers. Well, these are the last second Avengers, it would appear. Let's see if they can take it to the established squad with a lot of new faces, Impunity Esports here to start things off. A lot of question marks, a lot of unknowns, a lot, honestly, of uncertainty where these two teams are going to shake it out. I think, if anything, Frank has the possibility to be a dark horse squad in this league. I wonder if Impunity can lay that same claim after a very disappointing summer split that saw them falling to 9th place, blowing up their roster but for the bot side, and rounding it all out here.
It's going to be super interesting for both of these teams. for me, as you mentioned, Frank probably has one of the highest ceilings out of the top 4. And, just kind of talk about how the league is structured. I do think the top 4 are going to be your Beyond Gaming, your PSG, and your J Team. These 3 squads haven't really changed all that much. And then your Avenger squadron of the Flying Oysters coming in. That kind of rounds out everybody's top 4 list. But Frank is that sort of dark horse because they do have a very experienced bot lane duo in Eminem and K2 coming in here. And their top laner, is definitely no slouch, as we have seen in the Asian Esports Cup. No competitive experience, but I think with the veterans besides him, he can pick up a lot of experience in a short time. And then you have a player from PSG. So, on paper, a new squad, but definitely a lot of experience shared between all its members.
Yeah, gathering them all together to try and get something that's even greater than the sum of its parts. By contrast, right, Impunity, a lot of new players on their roster as well, but as you pointed out, the bot lane, has experience together. They also have kept some other aspects of it that's on the bench right now. Bareku comes to mind. But Krelix and Blaze, they did play together a little bit in the summer. There were a lot of swaps happening. We saw Smurf coming in a few times, Bareku as well. But this is a team that also can boast players that have come with a bit of a pedigree themselves, right? I mean, Faith in their mid lane, he's come off of Billy Jr., kind of a little bit of a developmental squad over there in the LPL, and has kind of been around for a while. So we'll have to see if he can get this team off to a rolling start. Definitely on the comfort when it comes to roaming champions, right? We used to see a lot of Galio. We used to see like Zoe. We used to see Yasuo coming through. The Rise is kind of in that same mold while being more of a mage champion. So I'm curious to see how well Impunity can deliver. I am questioning a little bit how much they put priority on a comfort pick champion for Quiet. Although, Camille can still be strong. You can still get a lot done with her. It does seem like they are focusing on playing to the individual player strengths rather than, hey, this is what's the meta right now, or this is what's the safest for a new player that doesn't have that level of competitive experience. We'll find out which of those 2 wagers ends up being the one that pays off as Frank Esports take on Impunity in our second match of the day here as we kick off the spring split of the 2022 PCS.
And on to the Rift we go. 5-point spreads for both of these teams. We're going to be taking a look at the runes here, and this is quite interesting coming out from the side of Camille in the top lane. We do see a Grasp Camille. So a very tanky front line that we're witnessing right here between the basically main tank Rise and the Camille going into this matchup here. Camille's a very interesting champion. We have seen her picked in the LPL specifically, but it usually is as a combo piece alongside with the Galio mid lane. Very rarely do we see the blind Camille's anymore, so it's either player preference or there is some other nuance to this strategy. As we see a short trade being taken here, with Impunity, I have to say, coming out a little bit worse, as we do have Blaze being the one taking the damage.
Yeah, Blaze. It's always a little bit rough as a Jinx, right? Like, this is a champion that just has such a swingy amount of momentum. You can roll off to a flying start with a get excited. You can stack kills left, right, and center and start taking out everybody, doing a lot of damage. But at the same time, you're also squishy, and you can see Blaze respecting the amount of lockdown that this Frank Esports side has in his summoner spell choice. The cleanse comes out instead of a heal.
Yeah, definitely doesn't want to get targeted coming in by, the Gragas, all the die potential, and especially the Leona is the one that we're really looking at. So it's going to try to stay safe in lane, and this is kind of how Impunity has played in previous splits. Even though, in my opinion, Blaze has been their best player, he doesn't actually get a lot of attention in the laning phase itself. He actually has one of the worst laning stats if you're looking at Summer Split, as we see Faith flashing in.
Looking for Pretender right now. They do find a little bit of damage, but he is able to make his escape, make good by use of that flash. Actually trades it with Faith as well. So all said and done, yeah, I think Frank come out a little ahead up there, even manages to hit him with the emote.
Yeah, in terms of the flash trade, I actually favor Impunity just a little bit because of the wave position. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Pretender to keep himself safe. But on the meantime, they do have the superior early game jungle in the Xin Zhao, as we see Holo being spotted down here.
Yeah, Taco was kind of waiting in the wings as well, but not full on his health bar after that clear, so not certainly really wanted to take that, make it a 3v3. A lot of action being sniffed for down to the bottom, but of course, full summoner spells does mean it's going to be a little tough. Faith actually running in. Oh, Taco actually manages to peg him there with the shot of the Q, and Krellix is the one that takes a lot more. He goes back in and ends up dying to the Ignite of K2. All of a sudden, Impunity, regretting the decisions they've made here, is Faith getting caught out. Flash on the roof, goes forward, lockdown for days, and M&M with the kill. Frank Esports are making a statement here, Clement, in their first game.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate for Impunity. They did get the initial collapse, but the walk back from Krellix was just a bit of a head scratcher. He ends up going down there, first blood over to Aphelios, and that really is the least member you want to see grab that 400 gold.
Mm-hmm. You can really tell K2 used to be an AD carry because he's really got the killer instinct. No, I want to get that kill, and I will. Sorry, M&M, you're going to have to share this game. Secures it with the Ignite. Well done.
Yeah, that definitely was a painful exchange. I actually felt like Impunity had some very good setups coming into this one. Before Pretender really gets his Hex Core upgraded, you are going to see Ryze actually having a bit of a push edge in his lane, but after that trade and after Faith goes down, I don't think that's going to be the case. M&M very comfortable to just 1v2 this.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you are running a Jinx lane. Again, I talked about how the momentum can be swinging. If you fall behind like this, you're going to be in trouble. And you can already see it's about a 10 goal or 10 CS difference, I should say. It's going to get evened up as the tower wave gets shoved, but still, Impunity might be locked up for a little while. This opens up K2 to start roaming around the map, getting some vision down early, and that could trap Taco, which can cut the legs off of a lot of potential ganks here.
Yeah, we are just going to see Frank, I think, double down on this bot lane over and over again. M&M already has the shove naturally in the Aphelios versus the Jinx matchup, and now he also has the extra flash against No Sums Jinx. So at this point, Impunity just have to take it. They can't really push out of their own lane. The pressure from Xin Zhao versus the Lee Sin matchup is going to be tremendous as well. So I feel like Impunity are kind of relegated to playing a bit more of a safe game plan for the next couple of minutes.
They're going to have Krellix sniffing around mid to see if he could find something, but Pretender's playing very safe on this one. When you play a champion like Victor, you don't want to get locked down, especially no flash right now, so hangs on to that one. And Impunity actually just going on a roaming spree, going to take that blast gun over and try for a dive here at level 4 and 5. I don't know if K2 and M&M see this one coming, but they certainly do now. Dragon Strike out. No, that's nothing. They could not even touch them.
Yeah, that was a beautiful move from Impunity. I really love the idea. We can't contest 2v2 in the bot side, so we're going to send our support, push mid in, give us that roam opportunity. I think it was very well choreographed, but unfortunately, as we were talking about, Frank Esports do have that experience. M&M, they've been around forever, behind Kai Wing on the Hong Kong attitude, so they definitely understand that that was a possibility, played it super safe, and, it ends up just costing Krellix a little bit of experience.
Yeah, Krellix continues to fall a little behind here. While Blaze has been able to at least close that CS gap just a little bit, it's definitely looking a little rough for Impunity to kick things off. The gold game isn't massively out of control or anything just yet, but we're early on. This does open up an opportunity. Tempo over to Frank Esports as they go ahead and start on this Mountain Drake between M&M, K2, and Hollow Pretender even guarding here, and there's not a lot Impunity can do.
Yeah, like we said, no summoners coming in from the bot lane. It pretty much just means that they have to play defensively for the next couple of minutes. Frank Esports taking full advantage of that. But we do have to mention that Impunity, as we have seen, they still have very good comeback mechanics. I think people are sort of underestimating the power of Camille late game. She's not seen as much in this meta anymore. With the rise of champions like, honestly, like Jax, and with Jace and Action kind of taking the headlines of top lane bullies, you don't really see this champion as much, but I'll be honest, in the PCS, I don't think there are going to be that many top laners that are going to be piloting Jace or Action, so maybe Camille could still be a champion that retains her popularity.
Yeah, at the very least, it's a comfort pickup for Quiet here, but as you pointed out, there's a lot of utility, there's a lot of opportunity to close gaps to lockdown. I mean, that Hextech Ultimatum, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel like compared to those champions you listed, Clement, yeah, she's not as flashy, but when Camille came out, I mean, it was all razzle-dazzle, so there is a lot of opportunity here, and there are a lot of juicy targets on the side of Frank Esports. I'm definitely looking at Pretender, I'm looking at M&M right now. Those are priorities for Quiet to dive into the backline and make the play. There's a lot of ways that his team can follow him as well. If you look at the likes of Faith on the party portal can come in. Blaze obviously has to stay a little bit safe, but Taco and Krelix can both go into the front. So, it does play to the strengths of the team comp. There's a lot of front to back. There's a lot of engage on the side of Impunity, and yeah, unlike last game, a lot of comeback mechanics for the team that's currently falling behind. Taco going to go ahead and try to clear out Tri-Brush on this ward, and they're also bringing Faith into this one. He does have access to his ultimate, but this is well telegraphed right now. Pretender pinging way ahead of time. That opens up the avenue for this Rift Herald to be taken by Holo.
This is just lovely play coming in from Eminem and K2. They're not falling for any of the traps right here, sniffing all of the 4v2s right away, and Holo, just pulling people across the map on the other side as well. But we do see Impunity with a very adventurous move. They know they have Frank Esports shoved in on the bottom side, so they're just going to move everyone towards the top side and take the Herald. And I have to say, this has been kind of the go-to move of this meta. Everyone sort of agrees that because the teleport flank doesn't exist, your first Herald push is extremely deadly.
Definitely starts to swing the gold pretty heavily. So taking advantage of the moment away, Eminem is going to be able to at least get down one tower plate, but big swing there on Impunity's side to be able to grab that away, as there just wasn't enough power to secure it fast on the Frank Esports side. So despite being a little down, they managed to muscle in.
Yeah, I'm very impressed so far by by Impunity's movements across the map. They're very purposeful. They have gotten them slight advantages here and there. And now the question really is, where is this Herald going to go down? Personally, I do think it's probably best to just drop it mid lane, where you are going to see potentially an opening up of the map that way, or because I think the bot lane, the push control is less in Impunity's control, so it most likely will just be going mid.
Ooh, look at this. Franker trying to set up a little bit of a death brush there. Not going to happen just yet. That's okay. Krelix, he comes around a little bit later anyways, but you can see they're getting antsy to try and make a play on the Frank Esports side here. Pretender will be able to clear this, and good gravity field down. And the Chaos Storm. Faith wants to chase this, but I don't know if that's a good idea. He ran straight into the trap, as Pretender is going to be able to clean him up with the help of his friends.
Yeah, that was extremely forced and somewhat telegraphed here. A couple things to note on the map. Frank Esports definitely knew that this play was coming. They had a great pink ward on the side of Impunity, spotted out Taco, and he knew they was in the area. And I just have to say, that felt like an overforce from Faith, as K2 is trying to get more on the map.
Yeah, Blaze is going to be able to turn this a little bit here. Actually, doesn't quite land enough damage. The Flame Choppers weren't well positioned for the chase down. So K2 does get away by burning pretty much everything there. And Blaze would have loved to pick that up, to get excited. It really does mean all the difference to a Jinx.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate for Impunity. I think the bot lane did have to pay for the sins of the mid. As Faith, honestly, not really the best acting from Pretender, but still gets Faith to
Sinner
bite
champs
anyway.
And there's Sinner mid laners, aren't there?
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. There's nothing you can do if you're Blaze and the enemy just starts walking underneath your tower that way because your mid lane's shut in. So, no, he has to back off, and Impunity do find themselves even further in that sort of a hole here, and they do have to think about where they want to drop that Herald, Faith has already died twice. They don't have bot lane control, so maybe they have to find a pick before they can utilize this Herald.
It does seem like the play is tending towards the mid. They really want to get Pretender, as they do manage to get the kickback and take him down. A nice 1-2-3 punch as Taco tanks up the shot there on the tower, and they will be able to secure this with the Rift Herald on the back. Frank, unfortunately, can't get much else except the Infernal Drake, but they will be able to secure it. So all that attention paid to the PSG mid lane on loan has paid off in the form of a single kill.
That's actually quite worthwhile. They also get 2 plates from that one. So,
they do.
In total, we already have 480 gold coming out of that mid lane tower towards the side of Impunity. They kind of defuse the situation, and, Quiet also gets a little bit further ahead. So, I think all in all, that was pretty well choreographed. And once again, it was a good reaction to how far Frank Esports were pushing in the mid. I've actually, even though not all of the plays have worked out on an individual level from Impunity, I'm actually been very impressed with the amount of coordination that they've been showing across the map.
Yeah, especially when you compare what the form looked like last split, right? I mean, Impunity was one of those teams where we had so many of these head-scratch moments that, you know, it was small wonder they ended up kind of falling apart at the end. A lot of player swaps and just didn't seem to find answers. It is very encouraging that this new squad that they've assembled with some old faces has played together as well as it has. Sure, they're a little bit behind, but yeah, making some good plays, managing to take out Pretender there, that's good. The plate's off the turret as well. And they've stabilized, importantly. They're only down about 1,000 gold and some change. The dragons, of course, also count, but that's still well within the grasp of turning things in their favor.
For sure, and what I mean by, I feel like if you think about the mistakes that have happened this game, they're all reside on the individual level. They're relatively easy mistakes to sort of fix. You know, Krelix, don't go back. Faith, he's totally acting. Don't fall for that. Don't give him an Oscar, and you're fine. The rest of the map movements, I've actually been really enjoying from Impunity's side so far. But once again, Frank Esports sitting on that extra mythic coming in from M&M is going to have right of way in the bot lane, getting one more turret fighting and an extra Drake.
Yeah, Taco's going to come here to the rescue to try and stop this. He does send out the Sonic Wave, and that may be just enough. The Aphelios ult comes through, doesn't quite finish off Blaze, but you know, we talked about how well M&M and K2 had been playing defensively in the early attempts at 4v2s. This time it was the turntables, as Blaze played it a little bit to the edge, but manages to get away, as well as Krelix. A little help from Taco as well, and finally able to complete his mythic item. The Kraken Slayer comes through to try and bust through some of that tanky front line.
Yeah, that was another heartbreaking play coming in for Impunity. We just saw M&M holding on to Flash and Gale Force. He was definitely within kill range of that Jinx, but you know, didn't pull the trigger, played it slow, got the tower regardless. And the question really here is, where is M&M and K2 going to go next onto the map? They could shut down another lane and deny a lot of farm by just pushing it in constantly.
They absolutely could. Impunity going to try and focus their efforts. It looks like right now in the mid, as they've swapped their duo lane over there to try and finish what the Rift Herald started. Right, of course, keeping Kurt pushed in a little bit as well, just dead even on the farm game between those two. And you can see as the gold difference has kind of started to dip a little bit more in the favor of Impunity. Still at a deficit, but they have stabilized well into this mid-game. So this is still really anybody's match.
And we do see Frank Esports being pulled towards mid lane as well, sending both Aphelios and Leona there, just in time for the Herald too. So, you know, good map allocation coming in from Frank. And I don't think Impunity can really contest this here. It is post 14-minute mark, so Faith could potentially teleport towards the top lane, but it doesn't look like it. White is also going back. So it just looks like Frank is going to take another objective uncontested and also deny the push that Blaze and Krelix, which they did have priority going towards mid, tried to set up and get.
Yeah, this is, you know, it's just those little advantages that start to compound over time. You got to be careful how many you allow to be given away. A little bit of damage is dealt to that turret in the bottom, but unfortunately, I think that's going to be pretty much negated by what happens here. Hollow and M&M leading the charge, and Shelly right at their back. There's not a lot Blaze and Krelix can do. K2 is even here as well, and that is just, honestly, about the freest mid lane take they could have gotten. You do see Taco coming around the side, but I don't know if it's worth it setting this play up. Even Pretenders here, they're going to get 2 for 1.
That's still 2 for nothing right now, and Ryze is not a champion that pushes particularly fast. They finally do get the tower bot lane, but I've got to say that was not a worthwhile trade. I feel like Taco was actually out of position for that play. You know, no real pressure in the 2v4 mid lane. Taco, they don't get the dive on the bot lane either. Pretender just walks straight mid, and I think if you're Frank Esports, you're very, very happy with that trade.
Yeah, I feel like what you mentioned about Taco has kind of been the story of his game so far. He's always kind of a pixel late and a couple of gold pieces short. He's just not really where he needs to be. We've seen him sniffing occasionally for a play with, you know, a little bit of a Sonic Wave. He will start to set up a Ocean Dragon here, but of course they don't have the most damage between him and Krelix. They may not even be able to secure it in time. I think they will, but yeah, this the impact of the jungles hasn't been quite as much in the lanes as I think either team would have hoped, but definitely less for Taco. Hollow has been able to do a little bit more with what he's got to work with, and we've already seen him kind of prove his capability in that sense in previous PCS splits.
And I do want to mention, even though Taco has played in the LMS before, he was a substitute player, so this is his real debut coming up into the PCS here, and a first chance we get to see him play finally in the competitive scene. I think this Drake has been very well leveraged on the side of Frank Esports. Nobody coming towards the top lane, so Drake for tower gold early on. I do have to give the advantage once more to Frank. I feel like they have read the play very correctly, and once again, I think it is just kind of the experience factor coming in from these players.
Yeah, I think you're right. Altogether, they are really working quite well. And again, all the more impressive knowing that they haven't had that much time to really get together and get on the same page. But they're off to a great start here. You can see the atomization that's been coming through for them means that they should be feeling relatively confident if they get into a spot of bother. At the moment, they're just playing so well on the positioning. Eminem and K2 have been covered quite well. And, you know, you really got to love what these two have been able to bring out, staying safe when they need to, knowing when and how to go aggressive. I really love what K2's been doing on this Leona. Again, former AD carry player, I'm sure he loves the fact that he can just walk into an enemy team when he needs to and not have to worry about insta-dying. Of course, has his support experience too. He's obviously not a fresh face to this particular role.
Yeah, he definitely has played in both of the bot lane roles before. We do see Impunity still trying to claw themselves back here. I do want to mention for their composition, they have great chase down potential. You do have hard crowd control from the Camille and Rise, and neither of those abilities require an ultimate. So once you finish off a target, it's just open season. You can chase the entire enemy team across the map. Frank Esports still has to play very, very safe when they're walking outside of their lanes, and so far they are doing that. They're not moving into their jungle without at least 2 members to escort K2 around the place, and they're just not giving any opportunities to Impunity. It's I've honestly been enjoying Impunity's map movement so far, but Frank has been able to one-up them just by being in the right place and being there for the objectives.
Absolutely. Really, it is kind of a delicate dance between these two squads, right? You talked about how safe Frank have to be, but they've managed to really ace that exam right now. 20 minutes in, they've given few, if any, openings to Impunity, who only have that 1 kill on the collapse onto Pretender, and you know, that's about all they've been able to secure to their name. It is a low-kill game overall, a lot more about the trade of objectives, the movement. Taco and Faith looking to set up a trap up top. The problem is there's nobody anywhere near there, so they're just spending time and hoping. So instead, they opts to just start pushing out the wave a little bit, and it does seem like the game slows down a little bit at this point, Clement, especially with the Dragon momentum cut just a little bit by Impunity.
Yeah, we are going to have, I believe,
Pretender
Drake here. Ooh,
that's the kickback. Excellent insec on this one, and it doesn't matter if Pretender has the damage through the Chaos Storm. They're able to get it done between Faith and Taco, now 2 for 2 on taking down Pretender as he was isolated up top. Didn't have a whole lot of help there, and at least they've got their sights set on the victor.
Yeah, another kill going over there, and we do see Faith with 2 now. Started 0-2, but starting to claw some back. I will say, though, Pretender, even though he did go down, this did expend quite a bit from Impunity, and he was able to clear the wave. So it's just purely the killed and assist gold going over to Impunity. Unfortunately for them, aren't able to get any of the objectives or objective bounties back there. Well, there aren't any bounties right now still, but, you know, it's just a single kill in the side lane. And honestly, I don't even think Frank Esports lost that much. Still able to use that opportunity while they saw the 3-man in top lane to get a lot of deep vision around the Baron.
Yeah, that's true. Quiet could be in a little bit of trouble here as K2 is looking to come around the side to collapse on him, but the thing about Camille is she's got a hook shot. You can get out of danger pretty easily there. So Quiet, you know, becoming quietly a threat on this side lane as, you know, past the Divine Sunderer, we already see the Tiamat coming through, should be able to see Hydras and things after a little while, and giving him the opportunity to just keep that pressure. And it has been such an objective-focused game. Sometimes the objective is kill Victor, but apart from that, you know, they're doing a pretty bang-up job at just keeping it all about these objectives on the rip.
Really good trading coming in from Quiet in the bottom lane as well, as he does take a couple of turret shots to kind of erase whatever I just said there.
Suboptimal. Caster curses happen, we know.
Yeah, meanwhile in the top lane, a bit of a scuffle here as well. I think Frank are finally going to give up their top lane after all of that shoving power. And I do sense that the tides are sort of shifting right here, as we do have Frank Esports with a composition that doesn't have the best of engages here. They'll either have to rely on Kurt, who is a complete amateur in terms of coming into the competitive scene, or they have to have Leona just go really crazy and try to find that lockdown. But so far, with Eminem having that item lead, they haven't been able to actually get anything And this Drake is, in my book, not exactly worth it. You know, I think Impunity are pretty happy trading away an inner tower, especially with that increased gold gain in this season.
Yeah, they've actually just about equalized the gold all on itself, and Impunity, yeah, definitely getting the edge in terms of what objectives they were securing. Sometimes, you know, the dragon stuff is a little bit RNG. We got to recognize your game plan has to shift if it's not the one you really need, as they just secure an ocean in exchange for that inner tower. So Impunity opens up so much more of the map here. They haven't knocked down the mid, so, you know, for Frank Esports, it's kind of an interesting layout in how much map control they really have at the moment. The key difference here is Frank just has so much more vision control around this Baron pit. However, let's see if Impunity can handle that. Right now, Quiet actually just trying to take it here to Kurt. Trade's just about even, doesn't spend an ultimate either. So it looks like it's just going to be wash, rinse, repeat as the wave gets cut a little bit. In fact, they are actually bringing Faith to the party, and the rest of Impunity, they might be in a little bit of trouble here as Krelix gets caught out, does pop the stopwatch, and flashes away to deny the engage. As they continue to move on the bottom side and just chew through towers, Faith and Quiet will be able to polish this one off. Meanwhile, Baron's already started.
Really nice move coming in from Impunity. It's the double TP gank to the bot lane into a potential just double TP up again to defend on this Baron. I feel like Frank are putting themselves in a super dangerous position, but Impunity are not defending Baron. They're actually just gonna go for the inhibitor.
Yeah, they get the knock up here. It's getting very low. Taco is sniffing for the steal if he can, trying to stay hidden in that tri-brush. The Jinx rocket comes through, and in he goes!
Taco?
Doesn't manage to get it, but you know what? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and that is going to be the Frank Esports Baron secure in exchange for a whole lot of towers down bottom.
That was... I don't think that was worth it for Impunity. They do get one tower in the bottom lane, but because they're not defending Baron, I think they throw away the majority of their side lane advantages. We were talking about Impunity during the ban pick, that they do have that 1-3-1 edge with the Camille and with the Rise, but now that the enemy team has Baron, that's no longer the case.
Well, most of the enemy team has Baron. I was about to say K2, though, just managed to stay alive through it all. The Chaos Storm and all that damage dished out by Eminem's multiple guns does mean that Blaze has to cleanse and just run away. You know, getting killed a lot is a bummer in any situation. When you are an AD carrier like Jinx and you are starved of kills, that's, I feel like, the ultimate feels bad, man. He is trying so hard to get excited, but he just can't do it.
Yeah, he really needs the other side laners to be there for that to happen. I think that's how the composition is supposed to work. You chain CC, pick off one target with the... Oh, that's just sad.
That's also feels so bad, man. Pretenders like, thanks for the leash, bro.
I'm not exactly sure why he was keeping the Krugs alive. Yeah. That was a little bit baffling. I'm not sure what he was trying to accomplish by holding on right there, but he just gave the Grump over.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, maybe not the biggest deal, but like, yeah, definitely a little bit of confusion there happening. Meanwhile, you can see Holo and K2 in the roaming duo really working their way to get through this jungle, clear through the wards, do what they can. Blaze is just having a hard time trying to push from a safe distance where and when he can. Meanwhile, it's all about that side lane if you're Quiet. Kurt's kind of just been locked into like this, it's not a nightmare scenario, but it's kind of like a bit of a Groundhog Day thing. It's like, okay, I guess I'm just stuck living on a side lane trying to stop the inevitable onslaught of this Camille that's just going to outpush me constantly.
Yeah, he will lose a bunch of CS gradually over time, but I don't think he's that worried because he does have that Baron buff, and this is why I don't really like the trade for Impunity. I felt like if they didn't do the trade and just continue to scale with Rise and Camille, they would have been in a much better position. I felt like if they just waited out the potential for a 4-Drake teamfight or for a Baron trade, then the map would be theirs. They would have a lot more agency, but they opted for this Baron push, and you know that really dampens whatever Camille can do in the side lane, especially when Gragas is present, and it also gives Frank a lot of pushing potential into the mid as well. Yeah.
Of course, the issue for Frank, as you mentioned, is it's hard for them to really find a good, you know, angle to fully engage. Instead, they have to hope that they get a catch-off on some of their CC. You know, low enough cooldowns for the likes of K2 and even Pretender, but they haven't really been able to find that big opening, and I think that really speaks volumes about why we have such a low kill game comparatively. However, Frank Esports, they are going to try and force the issue here, looking to secure the Ocean Soul, and Impunity, they want to make it a 5v5. We've got an honest-to-goodness fight. However, will it be over before it begins? You can see Faith caught him in the back. However, the collapse is coming through. It's time for Impunity to shine as they look for more. But do they have the damage? An absolute bloodbath here as Hollow holds the line quiet, though, dishing out the deeps in the back. Hollow is isolated from the team, and it ends up being all Impunity as Kurt flashes into the Dragon Pit and absolutely nowhere to go. He's bought himself an express ticket back to the fountain.
Taco does not disappoint on his debut. He's been waiting for this moment for over 3 years to finally shine in the Premier League of Southeast Asia, and he's done it in his debut. A beautiful Dragon's Rage to kick back Eminem. Eminem had the flash, was not able to use it, and Blaze is there with open arms and a Gatling gun to wait for Eminem to fall into his lap. They kill the Aphelios right off the bat, and that's a 5v4 where they have a great cleanup crew of the Camille and the Rise with the crowd control. That was just beautiful team fighting from Impunity, and with one stroke, they are back in the match.
Yeah, unfortunately, they lose a few on the back out. Overstaying does happen, but they still get the inhibitor for it. They wipe off what was left of the Baron buff, and it's just like you're saying, Clement. The mistakes were individual, not on a team fight basis. When they were all together, they got the job done. Definitely props to Taco for executing where he needed to. The priority target onto Eminem. Of course, the cleanup crew coming through. Still only one kill for Blaze, but it's enough to buy him his Infinity Edge, and he will be a happy camper for a little bit here. So now it's kind of all up in the air. The gold lead's on Impunity. They've got the Dragon to top it off. Frank still have, some power for themselves, but it's the engage was a little bit scuffed, and they couldn't protect Eminem properly. I mean, he didn't even get a chance to use his summoners. Well, really wasn't going to do much for him, even, to be honest.
It's really hard to kind of match the flash with the Lee Sin in that sort of scenario. You kind of have to predict whether he's going to go a little bit further with the war jump or not. And in that moment, Taco just kind of wins the coin flip and gets the teamfight win for his team. And right now, I think Impunity, what they should do is just try to play this slow. They have this Camille that is already 30 CS up on the Gragas. They could definitely drag this out a little bit more. Taco?
Oh, boy. Okay. Taco, you praise him, he giveth, he taketh away, but will he get away? That's the question. Seems like the answer is yes. Maybe you should be backing in that brush, my dude.
Not so sure.
Yeah, he is just going to go down in a blaze of glory, it seems, right now. Ooh. On a wild goose chase, he's leading the rest of Frank Esports as Kurt tries to get the damage off onto him, and he tries to stay alive through all of this. Safeguards on, but Pretenders to the rescue, and they will just feed the kill right over to the Victor, as Pretender will get one, but Impunity going to try and take advantage of the lapse at the moment on the map. They get the Baron down to half health, but they will go for the turn, immediately getting the root down onto Hollow, the kickback once again, but he's so tanky, and look at the turn from Frank Esports. Hollow manages to claim the kill credit, teleport comes through, they don't have enough left in the tank, the barrel pops both Quiet and everyone away from Blaze, as they haven't finished. They managed to get them away, and what a bizarre turn of events it's just been in the last minute.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I feel like Impunity should have been wiped right there, but a couple things did go wrong on the side of Frank. That was a very, very timid teleport coming in from Pretender. He took the long way around, gathered with his team before going into that one. And for Impunity, it was very close to disaster, but Faith does manage to get out with the Realm Warp. So overall, I feel like, Impunity got pretty lucky off the mistake of Taco. Taco trying to do the Taco giveth away. But his team kind of reins it in, and in the end, all mistakes are forgiven. Okay, maybe not. The Baron still goes over to Frank.
I mean, it's so weird to think about how it just was a.
It could have been a lot worse,
swinging back and forth. Yeah, yeah. It's the Baron is an unfortunate situation for Impunity. But it's crazy that Impunity almost managed to grab it for themselves. They turn the fight. Let's just break this down again, because it starts by Quiet kind of giving away the game as he runs towards this. The teleport, as you mentioned, a little timid here for Pretender. And Hollow is caught. But look at how tanky he is in the Crescent Guard. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he doesn't really go down here, and you have to go into the guard to really challenge the Xin Zhao. This was a super risky play by Impunity to turn back into a 4v5. So I was really questioning that play. I mean, both Kurt and Pretender did have their teleports up, so the turn back seemed very, very opportunistic. It fails spectacularly as Xin Zhao doesn't die and he even gets a kill back. So I honestly have to say Impunity got very, very lucky, only losing one member with the amount of risk that they took. But unfortunately, Frank Esports still come out with a massive lead, and now we are in a split push base race situation.
Yeah, Quiet's going to have to do quite a lot, and he actually backs away, teleporting in, but the fight is already on the other front right now. You can see Relic stunned up, Payton going a little bit too deep here as he gets the Eclipse off, but into the back is Quiet. They've got him in a pincer, but do they have the damage to finish him off? Faith, even though he's a tanky Rise, he's getting shredded through here. Kurt's going to drop as well. It is an absolute bloodbath in this base, left and right. Blaze, though, Rocket's coming through. The double kill for Eminem, but he evaporates, and the push is cut short. What a ridiculous series of events. Again, they don't want to let him get away, but with the powered recall, they don't have much choice.
Oh, that was so close coming in from Imp. I believe he did get a crit to finish off Eminem right there. If he didn't find that hit, it could have been GG potentially coming in from Frank Esports right there. And we are going to take another look at the fight. This was not a base race that Camille was going to win, so I would say Frank Esports do get the lead right off the bat, taking down Lee Sin and also forcing Camille. You can see Quiet can't really find Eminem. Faith going down very low. And unfortunately, I felt like they could have played this a little bit safer, but somehow Blaze is down.
What just happened? Everybody was dead right there for a second. Okay, I'm gonna play CSI Summoner's Rift here for a second, Clement. Looking at the dead bodies, I think Blaze and Krellix tried to contest on Dragon, and the motive I have absolutely no idea. But they're going to go back in one more time. We don't have any time to try and make any moves on this one. Pretender going to go golden here as Quiet was tracking him. Do they have the damage? Holo once again the Crescent Guard. What a massive, massive Xin Zhao he is. And Faith and Quiet just can't find the priority targets. He tries, but stunned up through the gravity field. Meanwhile, Faith getting chased away by Kurt in this one. You got to hand it to Impunity. They try and try and try again. But Frank Esports, the new kids on the block, are just too powerful.
Yeah, Impunity try to get the 4v4 before Aphelios can join the fight, but Frankie, they just hold their ground. They have the Ocean Soul from the previous fight right there. We don't really know what happened exactly in the critical team fight, but they definitely have prevailed, and it looks like they're about to close down this game.
Taking down Krellix. You can see Kurt got caught, but he was able to pop himself into stasis. Quiet, meanwhile, likewise going to get blown up. The last of the Nexus turrets have fallen, and with all 5 members of Frank Esports, they are looking for their first win in their debut as a team, and they will be able to secure it 36 minutes in, and they do it in style.
So, a very abrupt end to what was a back-and-forth game that we saw there. Impunity, they tried to take the Ocean Drake while Eminem was dead and still respawning on the fountain, but somehow, someway, Frank Esports were able to kill the mid. We're actually not, the mid was already dead. Faith was already dead at that point, but they were able to kill Blaze somehow and then secure the Ocean Soul to sort of finish off the game. Congratulations to Frank Esports, a well-deserved win. A little bit uncertain how events actually lined up, but they made it happen.
Yeah, it definitely was a game that had a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos at times, and you could see that where one team had a bit of an edge, the other team would be able to take advantage of. A lot of unforced errors on the Impunity side from an individual standpoint. Let's take a look at how that critical fight unfolded. Yeah, it seems like Blaze and Krellix, they had no idea that Holo and Pretender were here.
Oh, that's just the experience coming in once again.
Yeah, the
Death
Rush.
I think that was placed as Krellix was coming close to that rush. I don't think it was there
okay.
at the start of the fight.
I was about to say unforgivable, but yeah, that's that kind of sealed the deal here. You can see Quiet. I mean, he's trying so hard, and then Pretender's just like, psych.
That was a very half-hearted attempt from Impunity. They still had wave-clearing members in their own base. So Frank Esports were very happy to take that 2v2. You can see Pretender actually starts that fight by just flashing in on Blaze, and there was nothing he could do right there. So I think, you know, years on the PSG bench does teach you about those situations and how to play those scenarios out. A very opportunistic chance from Impunity. But I do want to look at the bigger picture for Impunity. We do have to set the expectations correctly for this team. They were the 9th place team coming in summer from 2020. Again, about their season, they just had a very bad early game and not enough team cohesion to kind of pull through. But in this match, I'm actually pretty happy about Impunity's performance. This is, again, the first day of the PCS. I felt like most of their mistakes were completely individual mistakes. You saw, the Kralix turn back, the Faith overchase, and then the Taco just kind of weird red steal that gave over the Baron. If you take those three things away from the game and you look at their draft and you look at their side lane potential that they enjoyed throughout the majority of it, I would actually venture to say that they were winning on the map for the most part of this game. They just kind of threw in inopportune moments.
Yeah, it's an interesting way the game unfolded too, right? Like there were times when it seemed like Impunity were like playing very, very cleanly, and then they would just make a bit of a head scratcher play by an individual. Sometimes they would try to take advantage of the turn by Frank Esports, and you could see that Baron attempt. I almost wonder what would have happened had they stayed on the Baron, tried to push them back rather than turning for the fight. Yeah. Also, like sometimes the team decision making from Frank Esports was a little bit lackluster, and it turned on the fact that they just had like really significant tools to work with. Every single time Holo was able to pop on the Crescent Guard, it was kind of like, oh, well, I guess you can't really do a whole lot in this situation. I did really like what this team brought out in their first game on the split and their first game as a team here in the PCS. So Frank Esports, getting a well-deserved win. It was very back and forth. It was definitely not clean. It was kind of a bare knuckle brawl between these two at times. And I think, that kind of excitement, we see what these new teams in the PCS can bring, and even some of the old teams that are bringing new faces as well. I do think at a lot of levels there is, honestly, it can be anyone's rankings going forward.
It definitely feels that way. I would say that this game was very clean for PCS standards, but unfortunately the mistakes sort of defined how the flow of the game actually went. So that's the way I would characterize it. I think both of these teams actually demonstrated a very high level of coordination and sort of telepathy on where the enemy team was going to be, especially from Frank Esports. The early game was very well played. They were able to sort of dismantle all the offensive attempts from Impunity. The 4v2s we saw multiple times onto Eminem. None of them really worked out, but unfortunately it was those sort of catches that did put Frank Esports into a position where they could then control the map. I feel like they were actually playing from the back foot a large portion of this game, with Kurt just, he was kind of on sandbag duty and didn't have much impact.
Yeah, Taco on the other hand, I mean, you Taco giveth, Taco taketh for sure, but the one who taketh the MVP award is going to be Pretender. So straight from the bench of PSG Talon and into the MVP standings on his Victor. Certainly a lot of impactful and really reactive performance, but it worked out well. Was there for about 9 out of every 10 kills, and certainly did a fair share of damage for himself, and definitely well earned there.
And I do want to mention that even though we have said Pretender has been on the bench for quite a long time, he's still only 20 years old. So he still has a lot of game time ahead of him to showcase what he actually has, and maybe one day go back onto the PSG roster. So, so far so good from Frank Esports. We do get, I think our guesses were relatively accurate on how this team is going to play. They're going to play towards their veteran bot lane. As we have mentioned, Pretender is more of a mage player, so we should expect sort of a slower pace, more team fight centric composition coming from them, and that's exactly what we got.
Absolutely. Well, then we are halfway through the day, so we are going to go ahead and take a quick break. When we return, Meta Falcon team taking on the likes of Hurricane. We'll see you soon.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to another time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizon. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a blue world. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Touch the sky, travel to the stars. There's a little bit of light that we touch the sky, travel to the stars. There's a little bit of
And welcome back, everybody, once again, as we are getting into the back half of today's games here in the PCS Spring Split 2022. I'm still Pyra, he is still Clement, and of course, here in the PCS, taking a quick moment to thank our wonderful sponsors. They are, of course, going to be CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, I forgot to mention this a little bit earlier, but for those of you wondering why we only have 4 games today, we do have a couple more teams that unfortunately you won't get to see just yet, and they are Sem9 and CTBC Flying Oyster. Unfortunately, currently Sem9 have a couple of players at least tested positive for COVID-19, so right now their matches are postponed and will be scheduled for the following week. Updates will come as they come in, but of course we hope they all get well soon. Now, Clement, looking ahead to our last couple of matches, we've got some exciting ones. In this first one, we have got an old face branded with a new face, and a team that is completely fresh-faced coming out of the collegiate scene. It is going to be Meta Falcon Team, the squad that have been formed in a partnership with the collegiate organization and making their way onto the big stage. This is exciting to see.
Yeah, it's a very fun concept for a team to basically pluck a team from the collegiate all the way to the pro league, keep all the players and coaching staff together, give them a good name in terms of the general manager in Firefox, and see how they can do in the PCS stage. So we do have to talk a little bit about them. They did go 14-0 in the LSC, so they definitely have shown their chops there. The amateur scene of the Asian Esports Cup, so they're very well known, just not in the competitive scene just yet. This will be their first foray, and what you want to know about this team is that it's all about the jungler. 665, he plays the Kiana, the Nidalee, and the Talon, and the rest of the team tries to give him as much support as possible. Most of the players do range from about Masters 100 to 400 LP. They're definitely not your diamond slouches. They can hang with the big boys, but this is going to be their first chance to test their mettle in the PCS.
It does remind me a lot of Hong Kong Attitude from last summer, where it was all about getting Kongye ahead on these big carries. Slightly different champions, some of these assassins, of course. I'm excited if we get to see the likes of a Talon or a Kiana. Nidalee, of course, is always a big one, and we do know that 665 can play a mean Viego. For the rest of the squad, though, they are, of course, Taco, Wen, Whale, and Epic, starting today on the Rift. And yes, that is a very different Taco, and a very different letter last time. I'm glad that they differentiated between this and what we saw last time on the likes of Impunity. Of course, testing their mettle here in this first match in the PCS coming out of the collegiate scene, we'll see how well they can, in fact, hang up against their opponents. That is going to be Hurricane Gaming, and don't let the new name fool you. This is Alpha Esports. They are operating under a new tag, but also under some new players as well. ICU, formerly known as Boss, also Aurelia Carryu, was a sub for Machi in the past. Also played in the ECS back in 2019 and 2018. Very carry and aggro oriented, but as the other name might imply, we might get to see a lot of Aurelia.
Yeah, I absolutely love that name. There's so many ways you could read it. He could be sending you to the ICU, or he could be the Aurelia Carryu main here coming onto the Rift. For the other members, I think you might have spotted a familiar face in Aliao, which is the Chinese spelling of Oreo. So this is actually Xiaotu. He's just changed his name and his haircut and moved over towards the jungle position. Was a very favorite Echo and LeBlanc assassin player that we saw in the previous split, but now he is taking his talents to a different position. Cha-Cha, there's very little known about him. He's he's connecting from mainland China, and that's why you don't have a webcam here. But he hasn't played in the LDL or any of the TGA that we know of. He's going to take a chance at Hurricane Gaming. And as for the bot lane, this is actually the substitute duo of another LSC team in the Wannan Lions. So a very interesting collection of players. Honestly, people were kind of perplexed why this team was put together and the way it's structured, but maybe there is some magic in this madness here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's a method to it for sure, because Alpha Esports last split, there was a lot of question marks there, and it never ended up panning out. If they can turn that around, right the ship as it were, we shall see. But from Meta Falcon Team, a squad that is very well acquainted with themselves, we'll see how well they can do up against the likes of the Hurricane Team. Into the picks and bans we go. Xin Zhao, Lux, and Zeri removed on the blue side. Hurricane will respond with a couple of junglers. The Graves and the Lee Sin have been removed. So clearly, they've done their homework. The focus is all on limiting the huge power that 665 can bring, but they also are going to add a Leona to the mix.
Now, this Lux ban seems incredibly targeted. I'll have to be honest, I don't really know the champion pools that well coming in from Bangtu and Enhao, but you usually do not ban a Lux unless you know that there's a Lux main on the opposing team. While we'll talk a little bit about the jungle bans here, I think are very interesting. With Xin Zhao and the Lee Sin out of the way, that does leave a lot of room for both Aliao and 665 to go for those assassin junglers. I would imagine Viego is going to be a very big priority for both of these players, given their playstyle.
Yeah, of course, the focus is on other lanes to begin with, though. For Meta Falcon team, they open up with the Renekton, so a lot of top lane early bullying potential. And the Diana hover, we did see Hana showing this a little earlier to great effect. I mean, and a Diana can get off to a flying start and roll through an enemy team. It will be locked for 665. Let's see what they pair it with. Well, Hurricane on the opposite side going with a very safe combination of Ezreal and Karma.
Yeah, this is a very strong mid-game spiking comp, and Karma has been some of the most played supports in this Season 12. It really has shifted more towards an Enchantress meta, and Karma has that wave shove where you could see a double poke composition coming out from the side of Hurricane Gaming. Also, another very popular solo queue, but less so in competitive pick, has been this Hecarim. He really has been an S-tier pick in solo. But he is a champion that unfortunately does require you to snowball a little bit more to be effective, and we haven't really seen him that much on the big stages.
I love that you know, Zhao goes for a name change, a role swap, and the first pick that he does is this Hecarim, this solo queue hero champion. I do like that this is the making of kind of a gotta go fast comp, right? I mean, they could add a lot more speed boost and get this so much engage potential by way of actually running into the enemy team. I'm curious to see where it'll end up going, for sure. MFT, they get into the ban phase 2. Vex for the third time now gets removed. We also see a Thresh getting taken off the board by the likes of Hurricane. So where will we go from here?
Definitely the best combination that you could get with an Aphelios, so they're just going to take that protection away, make sure Hecarim can land, can find his target in the backline a little bit easier. If I'm NFT, I'm definitely looking for some sort of a triple dive coming in here. You already have the Renekton and the Diana in place, so I would suspect that they're going to go for something that's relatively strong early game in the mid lane, just to keep that Diana afloat, and late game you have that Aphelios there to back you up as well, so a very well-rounded out composition in terms of their power spike, kind of cascading together to reach a climax. And on the other hand, for Hurricane Gaming, this is very clearly the making of a poke composition coming out here. You have the Jace, you have the Ezreal, and the Karma. They can all fire from a very long distance, and then the Hecarim is incredibly difficult to catch and can also fear away targets with the Onslaught of Shadows if anyone dares come near. So I think they have kind of shown their cards, and it's up to NFT to really pack in more engage to kind of make sure they can stick onto their targets.
Yeah, an interesting strategy for the defensive Hecarim. We'll see if MFT can break through it. They will go ahead and give themselves a little bit of engagement, as well as another frontline tank in the form of the Nautilus, but it's the Akali that comes out for when. All right, I like it.
Yeah, this is
two diving champions. A lot of AP on this roster.
You got your triple dive already, your dive buddies, Akali, Renekton, and Diana holding hands, and honestly, I really like Diana in this meta because she could be built so many different ways. The majority of the players are actually building Turbo Chem Tank on her. You used to see the tank Akalis quite often these days, as she doesn't really need that many items to stay relatively safe. We have seen a lot of players just forego Flash completely and just rely on her Shroud and her Shuriken Flip to keep her alive throughout the entire laning phase. And then in team fights, you know, your first item might be a tank item, but your second and third items are still AP, and you can still score target kills relatively easily there. So I do like what MFT are building right here. It's a go forward, go fast sort of composition. You do have a lot of burst damage, and if you catch someone out, you can just blow them up.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, of course, you mentioned the makings of a poke comp. They have the defensive Hecarim enabling them there, and also the Rise that rounded it out with Cha-Cha too. That's another champion that can build a little bit more on the tanking side. We saw it last time around as well, and it also gives them an opportunity to maybe get things into the back line. I mean, a lot of those champions that want to poke may not want to do that, but could you imagine just teleporting Hecarim into the back and like, okay, everyone's going to get scattered in all directions from the Onslaught of Shadows, and it's easy pickings. That's obviously the dream engage there for the likes of Hurricane. But I do like that they've given themselves some options. Just looking at the two, nameplates off and everything, who do you give the favor to in this particular lineup?
Ooh, with the nameplates off, I definitely have to favor the offensive team. You know, I'm an LPL lover. I watch that region, and I really like how many engages that people can pull off. I like the creative ways that you can flank players. So in terms of comp and play style, I really like the bottom side. For the top side, I think the key is actually going to be this Rise. If he can actually interrupt the Moonfall from getting into a good position with the Rune Prison, then that could mean just knocking up 3 targets in the back line or only getting a tank in the front. So that is going to be absolutely critical on Cha-Cha and how fast he can press those buttons.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're a Rise player, you kind of have to be able to press those buttons fast, right? So we'll see how well it goes early on. Right now, we got a 5-point start. Let's go ahead and take a look at our summoners. We do see on the Jace going ahead and rocking that new keystone that we've had this season.
Yeah, the first strike coming out for that poke in lane. It is pretty conditional because you do have to be the first one putting in damage, so you mainly see it on champions like the Jace, like the Corki, that get the first hit in on lane trades. So we are going to get that from the top lane. And, you know, Taco, the interesting thing here is he's not committed to a chem tank build. He could go that. I think it makes the most sense because he does want to create engage opportunities for the rest of his divers. But hey, if he gets ahead in lane, he could still just go the normal AP route and give ICU a beating up here. Meanwhile, if we look at the jungle positions, we do see a very, I would say a very defensive start from the Diana. It's just making sure to avoid all confrontations early on.
Yeah, you want to get to 6, right? I mean, it's not so much a champion that's going to be able to start ganking and farming people until you are able to pull off your full combo. Definitely circling back to Taco as well. I do love that, like, you know, when you watch enough League of Legends over the years, over the seasons, every once in a while you get, like, weird, like, inter-season deja vu, and looking at, like, 3 rejuvenation beads on my screen, I'm just like, oh god, what season is it again? I love that, like, this is kind of come full circle a little bit with some of these builds.
Yeah, this is... I'm not a huge fan of this, to be absolutely honest, because I feel like at some point you do have to sell the Juju beads. They look beautiful, and it's always fun having max items like 4 minutes into the game, but I'm not sure they're really as effective as something just like a Doran Shield, and you know, it just seems like Taco is very, very afraid of this lane matchup coming from ICU, from a Jace that is just trying to farm him for money.
Yeah, it kind of begs the question as to why they wanted to opt into it in the first place, right? I mean, I suppose that's, you know, a question that we won't be able to get an answer to. We just have to see if it works out. Taking a look across the board, though, for the rest of it, as you mentioned, slow, relatively defensive start from Meta Falcon team. This squad has a very rounded power spike. When do you expect them to start pulling the trigger? Do you think it is when 665 hits 6?
Oh man, that sentence was so hard to unpack for me.
I know, there's a lot of numbers in there. It's difficult. It's hard, man.
I would say first item, that's when you see Diana have her spike. It's less about the 6 and more about having the proto belt to get onto targets a bit easier there. So I think the first mythic spike is going to be when NFT are, you know, fully engaged. And you do want to get Renekton in. Renekton is one of those champions that everyone bans, but actually has a terrible win rate. It's sub 20 win rate across LCK and LPL. So it's very telling that this champion, after all of the nerfs that have happened, does fall off quite hard. So I think you really want to get a mid-game game plan going where you can have a big teamfight win around the Drake or the Herald. That's going to be the game plan for an NFT.
And they are going to be showing both junglers. Yeah, something very different between MFT and NFT, absolutely, Clement. Oh, yeah, win. Goes in, goes out. I mean, again, not much you can do as 665 in this situation. I think he was just there as an insurance policy.
Yeah, I didn't want to get ganked as the Rise was pushing out, and this is a very comfortable situation for the Rise, even though you might think, oh, Renekton early on very strong, but he doesn't work that well against range, especially against someone with the phase rush. So we are seeing Diana just help him with his lane quite a bit here. Or actually, now that I think about the way MFT is structured, Diana could just be leeching experience from the mid lane. That's also a strategy we have seen from guys like Kanavi.
Yeah, it's it's a legitimate strategy. Sometimes the lane tax is in the form of gold, sometimes it's in the EXP instead, and now 665 is going to find Olio in the jungle, but that Hecarim should be able to get away right into the face of Taco, who didn't realize ICU had been following at the back, and it's just tit for tat right now as they focus on low health, or rather low mana for ICU, forces the flash away. And now Cha-Cha's coming to the party. Let's see if he can dish out any more DPS. Shock Blast does not connect, and it's just a little bit back and forth, but clearly both teams want the commitment as they dash forward, looking for first blood. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Wen, but will they pay for it? 1 for 1, both junglers down. Wen trying to dash the Shock Blast does manage to get back to the safety of the base gate. What an extended engage for a 1 for 1.
Yeah, and that actually ends up favoring NFT just a little bit because they actually get more gold out of the exchange here. Getting the first blood, that's plus 100. And they also pull the Jace and Akali lane away. You know, if I'm Akali and I get to hit level 5 without laning with the Jace, I count that as a small win. A little bit over-aggressive from MFT early on. I don't think these flash trades were that worthwhile. But, you know, Hurricane Gaming, they want more. Unfortunately, they don't really have the mana for the Rune Prison right off the bat. And I think that's what extends the fight to the point that Wen actually finds first blood on the jungler. It was a really close affair, but unfortunately, you know, that Rune Prison not coming out until much later into the skirmish really meant that Hurricane Gaming, they didn't really gain that much out of it.
No, it was a little bit wonky as a result. And, you know, I do think this does favor Meta Falcon team in that they do have a limited window to really work with this Renekton. As you mentioned, it's kind of famously a champion that falls off really hard in the late game, but if they can get him ahead early, then they can use the pressure that he can exert on the map to try and secure themselves even more. However, it is going to be Hurricane Gaming that are starting up on this objective, the Mountain Drake. Seems like we've had 3 Mountain Drakes first every time today. It's an interesting batch of RNG on the Rift, but Hurricane Gaming will secure that objective to kick things off.
I like it because the PCS is a bloody place. It's blood for the blood god, skulls for the skulls throne. So we don't want any defensive Drakes coming up here. We really want to see people just getting blown up, especially with this triple dive composition coming in.
Infernal will be the next one too. We won't get the soul on it or the Rift, but that's okay. I really do. I am enjoying seeing the Hextech Dragon. We don't talk about the other one, but it's gone now anyway, so that's fine.
Oh, it's coming
meanwhile,
out.
Wales just slew a second. Don't say that. Don't you put that
No, they're
that
putting
juju
it
into the
on
universe.
a W from Glask. The new champion actually has an ability that can just revive. So
that's okay. I've lived through
That's
Mordekaiser.
okay.
I don't want that in a Dragon Soul. That's all I'm saying.
I felt like it was such a ballsy move to like cancel Chemtech Drake and then say, "Oh, we're actually gonna put it on a non-ultimate ability." So I was just like, it was pretty funny for me, but we'll see how that champion works out. She looks extremely fun. Renata is, definitely breaks a lot of trends here. The Berserk mechanic is going to be completely new as well. We can talk about that in the future when it does come out.
Yeah, it's down the line, but you know what? I respect it. I respect keeping on top of things. I'm like the opposite. I'm like, I don't even play like anything on the PvE. I'm just like no. It doesn't exist in the game yet. It doesn't exist. I do the same thing for Teamfight Tactics.
Yeah.
I am still spamming my yordles. I don't care what the mid set's going to be. But
That's
back into
actually
this game, Clement.
Oh, okay. We're gonna
sorry. No, you go ahead. You go ahead. It's all right.
I just want to say that's actually what all coaches do as well, because they have to be so focused on this patch, they don't really have time to look ahead either.
It's hard, right?
Yeah. You are going with the competitive trends here.
Are you telling me that I should be a coach? I feel like that can only end poorly.
I think you should stick to being a caster.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Look, I appreciate the candidness. It's important. It would not
You
be a
definitely
good
have
thing to
had
coach
a much,
team.
you've already built up a career path over here, but in the
That's
meantime,
true.
we do have Diana and the Renekton combo just dominating mid jungle here, so they're gonna take that first Herald, and I think that is a huge boon for this MFT composition here, because it's gonna be a huge chunk of gold on what I would suspect is the top lane here, and if you can throw Diana and Akali into a lane, it pretty much forces Alio to kind of respond to the top lane too here as well.
Yeah, you can put ICU on the back foot, right? Like on this Jace that's going to want to like just completely take over the lane, already has a pretty significant CS advantage. That can start to turn the tide for you a little bit there as 665 is contesting on his own chicken camp, and Olio is taking that one away. A lot of members of Hurricane Gaming down here on the bottom side of the map, and actually that's a pretty far pushed Whale. He could be in trouble. You can see all the things flying. They actually flash for him, and here's the engage now as they are going to try and get the big stun off, and in goes the onslaught of shadows. And yeah, that was just a positional error, unforced by MFT's bot lane.
So weird because you see MFT actually have the ward in the river, so I guess they just didn't expect the Realm Orb to be used in that fashion, but yeah, way too overextend and ends up being a very easy kill as Bang 2 might return the favor.
Yeah, talk about
really
overextensions. Yeah, you know, it's one thing to get caught out of position when you don't have a dash or a blink. It's another when you do, and you still use it. Bang 2 was way too far forward.
So it does end up equalizing quite a bit here as we see Cha-Cha. It really is hell as a Renekton trying to play against this. You need all the jungle support you get. So this Renekton in lane actually isn't going to be that effective overall. I think he's just going to be kind of a bruiser, tank front line, someone to soak up the damage as the rest of the members of Akali and Diana go in on their target. But overall, this is going to be relatively ineffective coming in from 665. He is getting spotted the whole way through. And we also see Karma roaming down to make sure that Herald doesn't get max value.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little tough if you're this Meta Falcon squad right now. You're kind of losing a little bit of the edges that you built into your composition. And even though they have a relatively well-rounded set of power spikes, it's difficult at the moment. MFT's jungler looking forward for something here, but unfortunately not a whole lot he could do as Olio is there. So is Epic. You could see the anchor going out, and he turns tail and runs the opposite direction. So no serious engagements. Both teams have been showing a willingness to pull the trigger, but now they've backed it off just a little bit. And it is Meta Falcon team that have actually started to secure control over this Dragon Pit area, and they might be able to take down the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, they're looking at Hurricane Gaming, and they see 3 tiers across the board. That's basically 2,000 gold that does not provide combat stats. So MFT they're liking their chances in this upcoming team fight.
Great hook! That's one way to get the Hecarim from going anywhere. Onslaught of Shadows burns, and they might just have enough left in the tank as he flashes forward, and it's going to be the kill! A little bit of help from Whale as well. 665 will fall as the cavalry from Hurricane has arrived, but the fight is just happening over and over, and they take down Enhao. Now here comes ICU. Let's see if he can clean this one up right now, or will there be doctors on call across the board? A double kill for the Jace, and it's Hurricane cleaning up.
Only one member surviving from MFT, and she didn't really show her face in the Akali top lane. Beautiful stuff with the pre-14-minute teleport. A lot of people forget that top laners can still impact these fights if you go too deep into enemy territory. A couple of critical plays here from Ali. He actually gets the Onslaught of Shadows, which makes him unstoppable during the Ruthless Predator, you know, really shifting his position toward his own team and allowing Bang 2 to get a lot of damage in, and ICU gets a super lucky Shock Blast across the wall right onto 2 targets as unfortunately we see Epoch walking back to his death there.
Yeah, that was dirty, and this is why we see, you know, these players that are really known for like a couple of carry champions. When they get that comfort level, it can be huge. Gets himself an Eclipse, of course. Now they're going to try and push in with the Shelly. Will get 1 charge to take down a couple of turret plates, and that's going to be it. But yeah, Hurricane Gaming really keeping it close in this one, and have a pretty much bang on even in the gold game. But it's going to be Meta Falcon aiming to take down this Infernal, but not uncontested. As Olio is sniffing around the side, here comes Bang 2 and the rest of the squad as well. This could be a full-on 4v4 once more.
Yeah, and we do have the ultimates almost coming up from Epoch. They're still waiting on that. They find their target.
It's going to be Bang 2, but he's able to shift away. Meanwhile, they turn their attention over to Olio, and he has no flash, can't get over the wall. Dragon all but abandoned, and it doesn't matter when, though. A little bit low. Dominus is not going to do enough as they take him out in this one. So despite winning the initial engage, they lose out on the tempo on the follow-through, and Hurricane end up with the Dragon.
And once again, we see ICU still being the difference maker here. The top laner being able to engage in these fights, while Akali with the chem tank is still trying to get into position. That was a really beautiful sequence of events, but I do feel like Epoch actually pushed his advantage a little bit too far. They went up the ramp to kind of chase the Ezreal and Karma, and that's just not going to fly. You can see, I like this sequence where Epoch is trying to back off because his ultimate is just about to come online. They have a great opportunity to get a good bait out of this, but Olio, I think he was aware of the timers or something, but he walked back just in the nick of time, does not present himself as a target, and forces Epoch into a suboptimal ultimate that has to have Wen charge up a ramp. He has to 1v3, and afterwards, the Infernal Drake is still helping out. He was not a, a neutral observer at all in that fight.
Yeah, really good use of not only the terrain, but the knowledge of the timers and the objectives in play there for Hurricane. You know, we wondered about this squad and how well they'd be able to play together. You talked about, you know, playing from multiple locations and how that can affect the communication. Clearly, it's been an improvement from what we saw on Alpha Esports last time around with their batch of players. So, you know, obviously it's very early in the split to make any bold statements about trends and whatnot, but it's a good start from this team, especially against the likes of a squad that have played together for as long as Metafalcon team have in their collegiate.
Yeah, this team definitely knows each other very well, but so far that synergy hasn't been able to show itself in terms of the team fighting. And I think the big question is, can Taco, with so much time spent on his own, can he finally make an impact?
Yeah, I think he's going to get a little bit of help from Epic here, as ICU didn't realize and didn't even need the help. Epic just comes in to give him the thumbs up, as Taco does finally land a kill, and, you know, that's pretty good gold in his pocket, but hasn't been able to impact the map as much as you mentioned.
That was really cute coming from the two players right there. You could see that Taco wanted to get the extra assist gold to his teammate, but then ICU started farming, and he was like, nah, you have to die.
Yeah. Meanwhile, speaking of having to die, I think no, he's going to be able to stay alive with the Dominus turnaround once again, this time for 665, and Wen's going to be the one to pick up the kill. Olio's going to be charging on out of there, but man, some of these 2v2s, they go real back and forth.
Yeah, they didn't expect the Diana to show up, and she got a beautiful pullback on the backline target of Cha-Cha, which basically took him out of his combo, and they were able to win that one while also just getting top lane towers at the same time. So, you know, we were talking about Hurricane getting a small lead, but if you look at the gold now, MFT has completely erased that and has now taken the lead.
Yeah, it does swing a little bit back and forth here, and when they're able to find the advantages, it does seem like it's very skirmish-heavy, this game. We've had a couple of these 5v5s, but for the most part, both these teams really taking the scrappy angle to try and find advantages, and not afraid to just burn ultimates. I mean, obviously, Ezreal's one of the champions that can do that, but Bang 2 just, you know, sends a true shot right down the mid, chunks out Whale in a bit of the wave, and ensures that they can't keep pushing on this. You take a look at where the gold is on both these teams too, and you start to get a better picture. It's Bang 2 who's leading the charge, and Wen on the opposite side.
And I do also want to point out about 665's gold. We have to remember, when he started this game, he was behind about 4 to 5 camps consistently, but since he's been leeching so much from the mid lane, he's actually overtaken the CS score from Olial at this point, and he's already got that the rocket belt ready as well. So I feel like this is MFT coming into their really strong point in the game, where they have the Stride Breaker, they have the Chem Tank, Turbo Chem Tank, and their ability damage is at its peak around the level 9 mark here. So I really feel like MFT, if they can force objectives relentlessly, they will get handsomely rewarded. And Hurricane Gaming, you can tell that they're kind of resorting to picking up the leftovers on the map at this point.
Yeah, anything you can clean up is going to be able to give you a little bit of gold, which is great. Cha-Cha should be able to fire off the rest of this turret. Obviously, Wen can't really do anything about that. But the rest of Hurricane really hanging around in this mid and kind of bottom side of the river at the moment. It's going to be a Cloud Dragon coming up in about 30 seconds, but that's still enough time to react as the Rift Herald does get popped here in the mid, and MFT looking to finish off that turret in answer as the map just starts getting more and more open in this game. Bangsu and Enhao not going to be able to do much, but Olio might be able to make the difference here, and you can see the portal coming up for Cha-Cha as they make their move in, but it's a fight on multiple fronts here as they turn it once again. MFT closing, and the jaws snap shut on Cha-Cha, and that is going to be it, a tower and a kill.
Yeah, Cha-Cha was pretty much abandoned by his team once the teleport came down. He was still walking forward after Olial was trying to retreat there, so I felt like there was some level of miscoordination happening from Hurricane Gaming. It didn't feel like Cha-Cha really needed to engage in that one. They could have just let Alio escape. But ICU's finding some good poke that could change the fight.
Yeah, Epic, he kind of misses a little bit on that hook, and in goes the Onslaught of Shadows, and now going to be able to finish the fight onto Epic. And they do manage to pick one up. It was only the support, so MFT still feeling themselves here on taking down this Dragon. They do have the damage, but look at ICU. He's lining up the shot right now, looking for Shot Blast. As Enhao going in there, the Dragon does get smited down, but will he be able to escape the pit? You can see Taco already moving away, and wow! Olio goes in and immediately gets blown to bits right here. It is a very scrappy fight, but Hurricane, they should be able to clean up, or should they? 665, they're going to pay for it here. And at the end of the day, they do. But it just goes back and forth, and you can see how bloody this game is. Sub 20 minutes, 12 kills on both teams.
So it was a 4v3 and a Drake going over to... I actually went over to Hurricane Gaming. So...
oh, wow, I even missed that, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I'm sorry, the Cloud Drake. So it did go over to MFT, and on paper, that might seem fine for a trade, but we do have to pay attention that this Ezreal is extremely fed at this point. This is a very early Muramana coming into the fight. He's doing massive amounts of damage, and he was not shut down during this fight. So I think, you know, on paper, you could definitely say the trade went in favor of MFT, but they are creating a raid boss coming in from Bing 2.
That they are, and I think that's the quiet thing, right? Like, you look at a champion like Ezreal, and it's easy to dismiss as like, oh, yeah, you know, he's going to be very poke-heavy, he's going to be able to do damage consistently, but he's not quite as exciting or flashy as some of these, like, you know, Aphelioses or Jinxes or Zeris, but Ezreal still can dish the damage, and not to mention, ICU was still doing work in that as well. The poke that they can rain down, it's going to be a little hard for MFT to deal with down the line, and I don't know if some of their front line's going to be able to hold up to it.
Yeah, personally, I feel like MFT should not take fights without Diana having Moonfall. Missing that core engage component just means that they have no one to deal with Ezreal. I just feel like they're going to lose every single fight if they don't have that ultimate to keep their eyes on to Bang2 at this point. So we're going to see how they execute the next couple of ones. I still feel like they're in a slight lead coming into this coming into these fights, but they do have to be more selective on their targets. If they don't finish off with ICU or Bang2, they should not hang around the objectives.
Yeah, definitely giving some credit to Olio for setting up these plays. I mean, even if he gives his life for it, it does seem like as long as he gets in and is able to press R, he's done his job to set up for the team. Because that moment of fear where the Onslaught of Shadows comes in does give the opportunity for Bang2 and ICU to start cleaning up, and Cha-Cha as well if they can make it happen. So definitely knowing the game plan on the Hurricane Gaming side. The question is how well they can execute it, as they are hanging around here in the river. A little bit in danger of being pincered. You can see that Taco is around the side at the moment, as 665 is letting him chase.
Bang2 is completely exposed.
Yeah, he is right now, and here comes the chase once again on the AD carry. He is an Ezreal, but you can't get away from that one. Shut down and insult to injury. That Whale gets the kill, and now Cha-Cha running for the hills, as is Olio. Metafalcon team, they baited that one brilliantly, and now without an AD carry on the Hurricane Gaming side, it's going to be Baron time for MFT.
Yeah, that was the most fed player on Hurricane Gaming. Had a 350 gold bounty. Now MFT is about to turn this one around.
They're going to try for this one. Baron successfully pulled off. Olio looking for that charge on. He does get stunned, but they have the damage to take him down. Not quite, but the rest of the team turning on the opposite side. ICU and Enhao taken very, very low, and they are going down as the Diana's charging forward. Taco with the cleanup effort on Enhao as well, and Cha-Cha has got nothing left to do as he tries to two-step his way out, but it's not happening. That's going to be the kills, the delayed ace, and the Baron.
Yeah, no players dropping down from MFT whatsoever, so this is just a straight 5-for-0 trade. And right now, all Hurricane Gaming have forward to look to is that Arcane Barrage. Let's see if he can find anything. Does scrape a couple of HP bars, but not the crucial Baron.
It's hard to do at the best of times, trying to snipe it down. That would have been brilliant, would have been great. And it's, you know, there's no reason not to spend the cooldown. It's very fast to come back, but nothing doing. MFT, they kind of walk away with the lion's share of everything there.
Yeah, I think Taco definitely has to be the MVP in these couple of two fights, just ambushing the Ezreal Bang2 as he's about to walk up his own ramp. That was absolutely beautiful play. A little bit hilarious for Hurricane Gaming to leave Ezreal like that completely in the open. Even his support was trying to go forward to chase the Diana. So, it looks a little bit comical, but we do have to give props to where it's due. Taco finding the great flank angle that we were mentioning earlier on in this composition. And then the turnaround was very well done as well. You can see when cutting off the ramp, the most easiest route for escape for Hurricane Gaming. Aliel unfortunately has to walk past both the Renekton and the Diana to get away at this point, and it's just open season for Taco. Like, no one has eyes on this Akali, and she's just able to run amok in this comp.
Yeah, the Akali did a great job setting up the play. I also want to give some credit to 665 for, some stellar Oscar-worthy acting there to try and get them to chase. But meanwhile, he's going to get caught out just for a second, but they will turn this on. 665 staying alive through it all, and Olio is actually going to be the one going down, or is he, as he zooms away, but leaving the rest of his team out to dry, as Enhao and Cha-Cha there are going to get deleted. A little bit of time bought as they try to stay alive in this one. Enhao flashing away, still not enough, as the slice, the dice, the dominus comes through, and it's a double kill going over to Whale here as he sends out the Moonlight Vigil to chase away the rest of the team. On this Baron empowered push, you can really see Meta Falcon team pulling away from the pack with a significant gold lead. It was so close most of this game, but it's now ballooned to 8,000, and they will be able to secure, on top of it all, another Cloud Drake.
If I had to summarize this game, it would be don't chase Diana. Just don't. You're a poke composition. Yeah. Why would you try to trace her into a tri-brush? She's obviously trying to fake out all of you. Hurricane Gaming still took that bait. Hook, line, and sinker. All of them died. They lost double towers. That was just so not worth it. Like, chasing the Akali and then switching targets over. Like, you have to anticipate that there is a rescue squadron coming over. Aliel even ults to try to kill the Diana, who... This just didn't make sense to me, this entire sequence. Like, the way you try to play your comp is you try to poke them out. You try to play when everyone is present, so there's no flanking opportunities, and you have a fed Ezreal, and you just try to throw Arcane Barrage and Mystic Shot over and over again. They completely ditch the ICU and Bang 2 strategy and go for this weird Karma Chase Hecarim circus play, and it just ends up backfiring again and again.
Yeah, when you just throw your own strategy out, it doesn't work quite so well, it turns out. Now, Hurricane are going to try to answer on this one. They do find a flanking angle in the mid, but will it be enough? As you can see, even Whale was able to flash away. Look at the damage he's dishing out, and now Taco's going to try to clean this up. Even though they did get the edge, he's 1v4, and he is chasing them away right now as the rest of the cavalry is soon to arrive to cut off Olio. 665 getting the kill. Cha-Cha now should go down soon, and even with the Realm Warp going, absolutely nothing doing. Whenever they seem to have an edge, Hurricane Gaming just sputter out as Bang 2's in the wrong base, and this is going to be the ace. He does get the kill, but Wen cleans him up. I mean, it was a lot of kills they got on the opposite side. That was a very back-and-forth fight at the end.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun one, and, to be honest, there was a lot of different ways that MFT could have handled this situation. They actually could have continued pushing. Like, the minion wave wasn't even there, and this was a tower dive early on. We see the 3-man trying to get Whale, but unfortunately for them, he had double sums plus the stopwatch, so he was able to survive for a very long time, even pick off a target before he goes down. And if not for Bang 2, this would have been far, far, far worse for Hurricane Gaming. So I think Hurricane Gaming has probably gotten the lesson after this fight. If you want to chase people down, if you want to engage in a 5-man, at least wait for Ezreal. Ezreal is extremely fed at this point. He has a very strong item in the Maul of Malmortius that is going to cancel out most of the damage from Diana. He can survive the burst, and he also has the Crown of the Shattered Queen. So that Diana is not going to kill him on the first try. All Hurricane Gaming have to do is just to protect Bang 2. Make sure their artillery piece can keep firing.
Yeah, I mean, that really turned the tide, right? Because at a certain point, it was like 1v3, and Bang 2 was able to clean up 2 more kills to really make that a lot closer. So, Hurricane kind of staying alive in this one, but overall, the tempo seems to be in favor of MFT, even though that was the fight that Hurricane wanted. Let's see where they go next on the map. Pings are over towards the Baron Pit. It's going to be a little while before that one comes back up. About 40 seconds, rather. And we'll have to see if that's where the next 5v5 takes place.
And at this point, it really is all about those flanking angles. If you can spot where Taco is going to be on the map, I think you can save yourself a lot of grief of the damage coming in from your back line. So we will have to see where Hurricane Gaming does drop their wards. We do see the pink around the Krugs, and they do have their Raptors warded as well. But I don't think that's really going to be quite enough, as we see Taco slinking into the red side again. Gwen could be caught out here, though.
He could be. Let's see if he's going to be able to get away, as now between Cha-Cha and Olio, I think he could be in a little trouble, but the cavalry is arriving nonetheless. My goodness, Wen is tanky in the Dominus, and he still stays alive, dishes the damage, and now the teleport to cut him off, but another Realm Warp to escape. It's just a bunch of close calls here, but a Summoner expended in exchange for that ultimate from the Rise.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised that Wen was able to survive for so long. You know, I think it really has to come down to the close to full tank build that we're getting out of Cha-Cha, and also Olio just not having a lot of damage either. So Renekton able to survive without even going for the Gore Drinker, and now we do have MFT in a positional advantage. They are going to start this Baron way sooner than Hurricane Gaming can get onto position.
Yeah, they might be able to contest, but they're not going to have a very large window. And actually, scratch that. I think this one's going down in the blink of an eye. They will be able to secure it, and now the teleport 5v5 might just be on here. As you can see the Rise coming in, but instantly Banana goes through. Look at the damage. It's Taco right on the front line, and he's taken down. And now the rest of the team going to scatter to the four winds. And with the Baron, with Taco on the front, just so much damage. Epic is able to throw out that dredge line, and it's beautiful to catch on to Bang 2. That heal, he didn't have the flash, Clement. He had 5 seconds left on it practically, but that's all the difference, and MFT's marching down mid lane.
I've got to say, I really disliked the Cha-Cha teleport coming into this fight, because it was really in the middle of nowhere, and his team had to carry for him. They've already lost the Baron. There wasn't really a need to teleport that close into the middle of MFT, and the rest of the members just played very dearly for this, as we see our LSC team about to snag their first win in the big leagues.
Graduating out of Collegiate and into the PCS, Meta Falcon team will net themselves the first victory of their spring split.
And congratulations, it does seem like this system, LSC, that has been built up and crafted from the TESL Association for such a long time, is producing results right here. A pretty clean game overall from MFT. I feel like they played to their strengths. They definitely understood the most difficult part about a triple dive composition, playing the flanking routes. Great work from Taco, and they take down I would not say Hurricane Gaming is a more experienced squad, since most of their players are either have not played competitive or are from the LSC themselves, but definitely a more experienced organization coming all the way from Alpha. So congratulations for MFT for this feat.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great start for this team. I think there were moments when it seemed maybe they stepped a little too far forward, or weren't able to prioritize, or weren't able to find the Fed Ezreal quite as fast. I mean, Bang 2 was doing everything he could to make sure he was evening out those fights, and Olio was finding the flank angles very well. But overall, Meta Falcon team just had a better read on cooldowns, just had a better read on when and how to do the objectives. I really liked the squad that they put together. I love the fact that they doubled up on these like diving assassins and managed to make use of both them, because we talked up 665, but how about Taco on this Akali? He was an absolute madman, and you talked about MVP in a fight. I feel like he deserves the MVP of the match.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with that assessment right there. Like, his routes were so clean, just always cutting off the back line and having that focus with the Turbo Chem Tank, slowing down Ezreal, forcing him out of the fight early. You know, the tank Akali build might not kill you, but if you have an Akali in your face, you can't really do damage. Like, most of those Mystic shots are just not going to land. So he was able to have a huge oversized impact on these team fights. And on the other side for Hurricane Gaming, I don't think they should be too disheartened from this loss. I feel like most of their team fights on even footing were actually played quite well, but the main problem was the way that they started these fights. If you think about all of these fights, they were either chasing Diana to the detriment of their backline, or Cha-Cha was coming in at really weird moments. I feel like the mid lane engage where Cha-Cha just kind of walked in when everyone was walking out did the team no favors. And the final team fight where Cha-Cha teleported right in front of the enemy team also was very weird, because it put the team in an odd situation. Either they needed to defend their Rise, or they needed to keep themselves in a very they needed to ditch him, or they needed to keep themselves in range of a Diana Moonfall. And unfortunately, they weren't able to escape what 665 could do to them.
Yeah, when you're forced into bad decisions, bad things are unsurprisingly going to happen. So definitely wanting to go back to the drawing board with some of Chacha's decision making. I think overall, though, you're absolutely right. I think Hurricane shouldn't take too much to heart from this loss, because they had some really good moments there. Even 5v5s looked great. Even when they were at a gold deficit, they were finding angles. Bang, too, on that Ezreal. I mean, he's proven himself to be a really honest-to-goodness threat. I liked what we saw from ICU when he had the position on the Jace. I mean, that shock blast early on in the game, that seemed to be setting the pace for how things were going to go. There's definitely a lot of firepower on this team, and I really like what we saw from some of the individual components. They just have to shore up those mistakes. But that's not a unique problem to Hurricane. There are a number of the squads we've seen tonight that have the exact same issue. I'm looking at Impunity too. And if they can solve those are all solvable issues. We could see a really, really deep set of rosters here in the PCS this split, despite having so many new faces. It's exciting to see.
Oh, I'm just going to say this outright, but I'm already, happier with this version of Alpha Esports than I was of last season.
The rebrand works!
Yeah, the rebrand works. It was like Alpha Esports was a bit of a letdown last season, considering how many players that have gone to Worlds that they had on their roster, but weren't really able to do anything with. I like this new direction that they have. They're actually going into local talent that has not had that competitive exposure just yet. They are hedging their bets a little bit, but at least they're giving new talent an opportunity to shine. And we got some really good stuff out from Bang 2 and the bot lane from Karma, which a lot of people were questioning, why did you pick these guys up? Like, who are they? Why would you go to LSC and pick up someone's substitute? It just seemed really weird for a lot of observers of the scene, but they have proven their worth so far.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of question marks surrounding this Hurricane Gaming roster. We found a few answers so far, and our MVP is, in fact, going to be Taco on this Akali. He still dished some damage despite being on a tank build with that Turbo Chem tank, and he was in your face from minute 1 to the end. Not to mention, I want to give him a gold star for all that acting he pulled off, too, leading everybody on Hurricane astray. Really well played from this Meta Falcon team, and you can see that, there were questions about overall this squad and what their skill would be on each role. They certainly play well together as a team, and it kind of proves right why they wanted to stick together.
Yeah, I will have to kind of dampen everyone's expectations. This was an opponent that also had very little competitive exposure. I think if we have to track the progress of MFT, we really have to see how they do against the top 4 that we mentioned: J-Team, CFO, Beyond Gaming, and PSG in the future. But so far, so good.
Absolutely. Off to a good start. And mentioning a couple of those teams that you dropped in the top 4, we have got a very exciting matchup. The rematch of the Summer Split Finals. The rematch of the match before the Summer Split Finals. It is going to be PSG Talent taking on Beyond Gaming right after this. You won't want to miss it.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And welcome back, everyone. The moment you have all been waiting for as we kick off the spring split of the PCS 2022. It is going to be PSG Talon versus Beyond Gaming. Of course, the big rivalry that has now been established. Hey, everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics. He is Clement. And, of course, our wonderful sponsors you can see down at the bottom of your screen are, in fact, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible, and especially this upcoming matchup, because, Clement, if there's one thing I know about this region after a summer and now into the spring, it's these two teams are the ones that are always on everyone's lips when we're talking about this region.
They have battled each other starting all the way from spring finals to summer finals, and then going forward, they were our two representatives at Worlds as well. So these two teams have really illustrated the story of the PCS in the year of 2021, and now in 2022, after a lot of roster moves, we still have to see if they can still stand atop of this league and still keep all of the spoils of war to themselves. Because on one end, you have Beyond Gaming. Malin, unfortunately, not on the roster anymore. He was actually their highest ranked player at Worlds. I don't know if people know that, but I was there in Iceland with them. And also, of course, Dago, now starting over Uzi on BLG. So he's also moved up to the major leagues as well. On the other hand, for PSG, no longer do you have the River Maple duo anymore, instead replaced by Juhan and Bay coming over from NS Challengers to see if they can fill those shoes.
Yeah, it's going to be some big shoes to fill for sure, but the rest of the roster intact. Hanabi in the top lane, Unified and Kaiwing rounding out the roster as well. And of course, in my not so humble opinion, the best bot lane in this region by far. Hanabi also, I think he silenced a lot of haters at Worlds. He really stepped up to the plate. And of course, PSG, they also picked up another top laner, but he's the one starting here in the spring split.
It was pretty crazy to see Hanabi actually being selected as the best player of the top lane coming out of Group C at Worlds. that Group C was pretty sad. You had
Hanabi Worlds buff is pretty real, though.
Yeah, he was absolutely great, especially against the RNG games. So I think he's coming off with very high confidence. And now that he's basically moved up the ladder in terms of veterancy on the team, we might be seeing a little bit more emphasis on his lane. But overall, the big question is, can the Korean duo fill what River and Maple left behind, which is a 52% kill share hole left on the team. As we now move over to Beyond Gaming, the big changes here are in the mid lane and in the AD carry position, as we have Minji, previously from Berjaya Dragon, coming over, and then Wako from Boom Esports.
Yeah, you want to talk about big shoes to fill. Wako's definitely got to step into those of Doggo right now, and that can never be easy. But I think looking at all of the bot lane talent that was known and established across the board in the PCS, Wako is probably the best bet for Beyond Gaming to have gone with. He was very serviceable. He had pop-off moments. Speaking of, he had a decent support in Pop, but now he gets to play alongside Kino, who is an incredible support player. I think this bot lane definitely has big pop-off potential. Minji on Berjaya Dragon certainly wasn't the worst element they had, and pair that with a mid lane, or with a jungler of Husha, who had a real standout performance. I think this Mega Bank Beyond Gaming squad still has a lot of power in their punches.
They definitely still have the, I would say, in the top 4 range, but we also have to look at how their playstyle is going to shape up, because in the past, they were very reliant on Doggo and his Aphelios to kind of carry them through tough situations. Right now, I feel like they have kind of a different setup. Minji is not going to play control mages to the level that Mawan is going to bring out, so I think that's the biggest worry for me. Though Wako, as you have mentioned, still carrying over 30% of his team damage on Boom Esports. So Wako, I think he can fill in for Doggo quite well, but the question is, can they maintain the same sort of teamfight style now that Minji is more of an assassin player coming onto the roster?
Yeah, that's the question mark. But speaking of, I'm really curious to see how PSG's Korean mid-jungle duo does, because clearly they play well together. They have been playing together, but I'm curious to see how well they slot into this. We've been asking that question since they got signed back in December, and we are finally going to get an answer. Taking a look at the picks and bans, there are a lot of assassins actually banned out. I mean, the Zoe, of course, Diana as well, but PSG will take the opportunity to grab the quick Aphelios. It's going to be matched by the Jinx for Wako, as the Zeri had been banned away by them, but also a lot of top lane bans, really respecting the Hanabi Gwen, a champion that he found quite a lot of success on.
Yeah, that's definitely the one that everyone remembers from Worlds. Just the Gwen in the bottom lane going 1v2 against RNG's bot lane, cutting them to snippets. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming, they are going to hold back on the Jinx answer, which has been the kind of go-to answer that we have seen the entire time. This time, not going to pair it with the Nautilus, going to give over the Thresh most likely, but selecting for themselves the best jungler of the meta. Xin Zhao now, he has the right of way. You can't really contest him in any of the heralds, and getting that strong jungle pick does set up Minji to go for picks that might not shove the lane as well later down the line.
Yeah, I think it gives Beyond a little bit of opportunity, and again, playing to the strengths of where their strongest players are, right? Like, Husha is definitely a jungler that we like to talk up for a reason. Giving him a strong champion like the Xin Zhao, certainly going to open Beyond up to be able to making a lot of plays. PSG will round out their bottom lane, which also plays to their strengths. Again, Unified and Kaiwing, this is the strongest core duo that we really have here in the PCS. And we'll have to see what they rounded out with. They had already hovered the Lee Sin for Juhan. Makes sense here, given the fact that they're paired up against the likes of the Xin. Another highly contested champion. We'll see what they can get done.
We really see an ultra-flexible core coming out from PSG. You can play this with anything, essentially. The Thresh provides great escape for the Aphelios, and Lee Sin has both engage and disengage potential. So I feel like they have really shown nothing so far in this blue side draft. It's very difficult to predict what direction they're going to go for. Our predictions generally for PSG this season with Bey and Juhan, they were, to be frank, not the main carries of their team, and their damage numbers were in the low 20 marks. So what we expect out of these two players is more of a team fight focused sort of style. They're not really going to be the early game focuses so much, and we generally expect PSG to slow down a little bit. The biggest question is, can they still maintain that sort of 3-man hit squad that they had with Kaiwing and River and Maple in the past? Whether Juhan or Bey are going to operate that way is a big question mark. We could be seeing brand new, and it might not be the same, but it might not also be worse than what we had in the past.
Yeah, I mean, clearly PSG does their homework, looking for the scouting. We know that this is a team and an organization that aims to build for the long term, and they also prioritize keeping their two, their mid jungle duo together when they brought them over here, because they could have started Kana, now Pretender, but they ended up loaning him out to Frank Esports instead, giving him some experience on the Rift while they develop these two Korean challenger players as well, and we'll have to see how it all shakes out. So going into the ban phase 2, of course, we saw the Gragas, the Orianna taken off the board, some targets at Bay and Hanabi there. Also, another top and bottom kind of matchup there for PSG by getting rid of the Jace, also the Nautilus. As you mentioned, another big priority pick in the support. So Hino's going to have to dig a little bit deeper here this time around. The Set is a champion that's been making some rounds on a couple of different roles, actually, although I feel like this is going to be the support, though.
Yeah, it does feel very much like a Kino champion coming in here. Kino has always been known as sort of the engage first support. He didn't really play Enchanters at World while Yumi was all the rage, and I don't think he's going to be switching over towards Enchanters even on Season 12, so that does kind of signal that Beyond Gaming with Kino are likely going to be playing more of a reset catch comp with what they have right now. They have the Akali, they have the Set. If they grab one target, they can get the reset and get that 25% total attack speed for Jinx to kind of mow through the rest of the composition. On the other hand, PSG are playing a much more defensive status. You do see those barrels that are going to dissuade Xin Zhao from just jumping in. You are going to see potentially the Everfrost from this Rise, and as we were saying, this does look like it to much more be a very slow-paced, a very measured sort of teamfight composition.
Absolutely. For Beyond Gaming as well, the other thing that the Set pick does is it opens up the top lane counter pick, and there are a couple of hovers there looking for some tanks, but Liang at the end of the day will opt into the Tryndamere. Now, we could obviously see the Akali swap up top, but I do feel like that's much more of a Minji champion. And now I wonder how Hanabi will handle. I mean, one thing Hanabi certainly is no slouch at is playing to a weak side, but as you mentioned, barrels are a whole thing too, so it could be dissuading Liang just a little bit. There will be a teleport advantage, of course, given the fact that we do have the Ghost and Flash top summoners here on the Tryndamere. So, it's curious. I think Beyond definitely have an interesting draft for themselves, and I like to see that the coaching staff's definitely not let up on the gas pedal for either of these teams, really.
I do want to mention there's a pretty strong possibility that we see the Tryndamere mid instead. Akali mid is very, very low impact. You can't do anything early game. And I just want to mention, we did see Liang fill in for Maoan in that mid lane position at Worlds.
It's possible. It's a good point. I'm really waiting with bated breath to see how it actually rolls out. But I do feel like it plays to Minji's strengths at least a little bit better. So that's why I think it's going mid.
Yeah,
but it's possible.
That's also a good point to mention. And of course, Tryndamere, in terms of his just laning phase and kill threat, he does get a bit better in the top lane because you have that long lane to chase people down. And as we have seen, a lot of Tryndameres these days are not going to go for the teleport. They're just going to go for the Ghost and try to get early kills in lane itself. You don't really need that TP if your whole role is just as a side lane split pusher.
I really think what Beyond Gaming have drafted here is like a more exciting comp, right? They're giving themselves opportunities to make these big flashy plays, whereas PSG, as you mentioned, they are playing more defensively, and possibly just because they want to really test the waters out here with their new mid-jungle duo. We'll have to find out if this is a trend or just a new playstyle adaptation, given the fact that they have two new players in core roles, or if it's just something completely different. We'll find out, but this is our match of the week. This is our big matchup. Storied rivalry now. Beyond Gaming, they were the newcomers, the new kids on the block last year, and they made quite the splash. Now they are the experienced squad, but PSG as well. Back-to-back champions, returning champions, whatever you want to call them. They have been the number one in the PCS for a while, and we'll see if they can continue that legacy. It would be a great start here to get a win against their rivals in Beyond Gaming. Let's see if they can do it.
Taking a look at the Keystone Runes here, we do have to mention the changes to lethal tempo this season. You don't have to wait 1.5 seconds for it to actually proc. You can stack it 90% for melee champions. This is the reason you're seeing a lot of Jaxes, a lot of Tryndameres coming back into the meta, and we have it right here for Liang into the top side. So it will be that top side Tryndamere. It will be that Ghost being selected. So a kill lane already being drafted up here against Hanabi. And we're going to have to see how Hanabi can weather this storm. Traditionally, Hanabi has had a very easy time against Liang. Let's see if Liang has upped his game here in Season 12.
Yeah, I want to keep an eye on the top side, but also always want to keep an eye on the bottom. And, well, I guess we are starting off the top because Liang was already right there next to Hanabi. But, Gangplank definitely a champion that can sustain through a lot. He also has the Grasp of the Undying. Of course, no surprises, bog standard on that one. Yeah, we'll have to find out. I do think some of this could hinge a little bit on some of the jungle attention that could get paid up there, even though top isn't as prioritized these days as it is in the bottom. Juhan has an opportunity to get up early. Usha, he could get off to a good start as well. But of course, their roots, they should take them down south a little bit earlier rather than later.
Yeah, and talking about the bottom lane here from Kino and Wako, this is a lane where you don't really expect the Jinx and Set to be able to get a lot of damage in early on. You are playing a melee versus double range sort of setup. So I actually see PSG as kind of letting them push this one in. So we do have Lee Sin coming in from the top side as well, and that could be just a setup for a gank. Or otherwise, I would really rate that Set and Jinx as a kill lane. It's not really a lane that shines until you get both of those ultimates online.
Yeah, that might open up the opportunities, but for right now, you're right. I think it's going to be a bit more of a farm fest, as you can see both supports roaming to get a little bit of wardage in just right now. And if there is going to be any early action, it'll probably be driven by either Husha or Juhan, who is going in here for his Krug camp, going to be spotted out by the Beyond Gaming ward. So Husha has that information to kick things off, and I think we probably are going to get ready to settle into a little bit of a chill early game. We can put those lo-fi hip-hop beats on and just relax.
Yeah, there's nothing much for Beyond Gaming to do in both of their solo lanes at this point. Ryze is just going to have an easy time against Akali, no ultimate, and top lane, very difficult to go up against a GP early levels. Liang is kind of just waiting for that potential of misstep that Hanabi shows. You have to be really careful when Tryndamere is full rage, but if you can do what Hanabi is doing and just forcing him to use that rage bar over and over again to heal himself up, Liang doesn't really have an opportunity for that all in.
Now you're right. Denying him the chance to really make it happen is going to be all the difference maker, right? Like a Tryndamere that can't really get in and do much is a Tryndamere that's not really going to be all that useful, to be honest. So Hanabi continuing to try and deny him as much as possible in this one, getting off to a healthy CS lead as Husha makes his way forward. I wonder if he will be coming in for a little bit of a play, but pre-6 Xin Zhao Gangsei, I'm not 100% sold on right now, especially as Hanabi does know how to make a getaway. You mentioned he has an easier time against the likes of Liang. I mean, Hanabi, again, he's got an easy time in a lot of lanes. Like, even when he loses, he always manages to do it relatively graceful. There's a lot of upside for that player.
Yeah, and that's why Hanabi has been around in the league and upper echelon for so long. It's because even though his role is very, very low resources and he's a weak side top laner for sure, in the PCS, he can actually play fighters and do relatively well. In fact,
and at Worlds, apparently.
That's true, and Hanabi has been known to say this, is like, yes, I do play weak side, but I actually feel more comfortable on fighters compared to tanks. That's kind of a, I think sometimes that's a very awkward situation to be in some metas, but for the PCS, for the level of play in this region, and for the previous Worlds, it hasn't been an issue.
That's true. So far, so good for Hanabi, continuing his own trend here, and he is stacking up that CS comparative. But as we once again pan down to the bot, we see that one staying pretty stable. In the mid lane, you did talk a little bit about how this Akali just doesn't have nearly as much impact as you would like, but it does seem like a Minji comfort champion. How much of an impact do you think he's going to be able to have once he gets that level 6 mark versus Bay?
I'll be honest, I don't think he's going to be able to accomplish much, especially in the team fighting phase. Especially in the laning phase, but it's all about the team fights. The reason you get Minji on your roster is because of his team fighting. We have seen so many ridiculous team fights from Berjaya where they have no business winning, and Minji just finds a pick out of nowhere, and the game's really just basically over.
A bit of a dark horse team last summer, Berjaya Dragons, and we see kind of a lot of the players that were on that roster scattered about in the PCS, and there's always the seeds of those chaotic fights. Minji definitely a big part of that. I am excited to see what he can do with this squad because, well, all eyes are going to be on Wako trying to fill Doggo's shoes. Minji also, has some big shoes to fill in the form of Maoan, so we'll see if he's able to do it. Speaking of shoes, he does actually start off on those boots, so definitely looking for a little bit more impact later on in the game. And it's the Ward Wars, Clement. It's all about denying vision in this stage of the game. I'm wondering when we are going to get First Blood. I feel like it's going to be like a 10-minute one.
It's going to be very, very slow at this pace. I don't think Beyond Gaming, even though they want to get those skirmishes in, they want to find a team fight, they have to consider so many factors. Hanabi is going to be able to support the rest of the team with that cannon barrage, so it's very difficult for Beyond Gaming to do anything. The bot lane, unless they can find a kill, it's kind of a lane that's not going to push well against Aphelios. So I feel like basically it's PSG. If they hold steady across all 3 lanes and give no opportunities to Beyond Gaming, they can kind of dictate the tempo. And for Beyond Gaming, if they want to make a move, they have to give up things elsewhere on the map. If they want to congregate and try to go for a gank or try to go for a 3-man somewhere else on the map, they will have to lose CS for it. That's kind of how I see this situation.
And that does seem to favor PSG for the foreseeable future. So we'll see if Beyond can really break through that. But they don't have a lot of opportunity right now. Also, worth mentioning, because of the way the Tryndamere summoners work, they're always going to be down a teleport in this game. And speaking of teleports, Bei and Juhan are potentially contemplating something, maybe a dive here on this play. They might want to get the action going themselves, but no, they are just going to back away. The threat is there. They give the opportunity for Kaiwing and Unified to take out a couple of these turret plates and force Wako and Kino really under tower. That Dark Passage there for Unified if he really wanted to push his luck, but he didn't. Staying nice and safe and a very healthy CS lead here.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play coming in from PSG. The greatest part about offense is that the defensive player has to guess where you're going to go. So PSG with Bei and Juhan sitting in the middle of River, they could attack 2 places at the same time. They could go mid and try to snipe Ninja with the Realm Warp. They could go bot for the 4v2. And Beyond Gaming have to respect both sides. So essentially PSG get 2 wins in both lanes at the same time. You can see the CS numbers really starting to pull away from their opponents. Bei, Hanabi, and Unified, the 3 players with the most gold on the map right now. And, this is a big pitfall of Beyond Gaming's draft so far, is they have selected themselves weak top side and weak bot side at the same time, and they're both going to end up paying.
Yeah, a bit of a cardinal sin if you can't make up for it in kills, which they're not being given the opportunity to do. I think it was a little telling that Bei spent like a good 20 seconds in the river just chilling with Juhan, and then they just and he's still up like a good 15 CS on Minji, who had free farm. Yeah, that's a little bit of a rough start there. We'll see if it keeps working for them. They have been doing a very long setup here in the river, and they look like they were sniffing for Kino. Kaiwing actually does go fishing and finds Husha, but there's no follow-up here. Now there is. Oh, the face breaker. Kino, he's going to go for the showstopper down onto Bei, but it doesn't do a whole lot. As Beyond looking for more. The kickback. Minji getting denied. The Super Mega Death Rocket does not connect, but the first blood will come in, and Minji will secure it, and that does start things off. The hook comes through. They don't really have to worry about that. The flay back and the Realm Warp away. So Beyond will have to settle for the 1 kill, but first blood is theirs, Clement.
Really nicely done by the side of Beyond Gaming. I felt like Kai was a little bit out of position for that play there. It was very easy for Kino to just cut his escape route off and get that beautiful double 2-man facebreaker, set the fight up nicely, and also get Ninja on the board. As an Akali, if you don't find that first kill in your Drake fights, the game gets really hard to play. You have to get ahead as an assassin, and that was the opportunity given to them by PSG. We're going to watch that again, but I just feel like this was a little bit over-aggressive. Kaiwing could definitely be on the side of his teammates, and there would be very little that Beyond Gaming could do, but because of Kaiwing needing to escape from this route, he has to burn his flash, the box goes down, and the team still gets stuck in this quagmire where Minji is able to pick them off on the peripheries, and Beyond Gaming get the chase down with the Wako. Get excited.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the Realm Warp, I feel like that would have been probably a lot worse for PSG. Now, they are still going to be able to secure this Cloud Dragon after just a whole lot of, making eyes at it for a while. But still, the first blood to Beyond, and particularly in the pocket of Minji, is definitely big ups for Beyond Gaming right now. And that was a weird series of events. I mean, Kaiwing kind of uncharacteristically out of position. It almost seemed like he got a bit antsy right there.
Yeah, you could tell that PSG had no way to fight that by the fact that Unified did not even use Moonlight Vigil. Like, he wasn't even given an opportunity. Beyond Gaming were already among their backline. They were so spread out that Unified was just like, I'll just hold on to my ultimate. I can't ult multiple people anyway. So it was completely a positioning loss coming out from the side of PSG, and a very uncharacteristic one. by that, as well as now we see Beyond Gaming with that sort of mid-game, mid-lane control is going to start up on this Herald.
Yep. Getting themselves the opportunity and using it. It's all about snowballing those little advantages into something more, the tempo in their favor. This is going to be done in full vision, but PSG know they can't really contest this, so instead they're going to try and put pressure elsewhere on the map and looking to just keep shoving this turret and building up unified CS lead over the likes of Wako. Kino actually locked a little under tower, but he is a very beefy boy in the set. I don't know if he's beefy enough to stay alive through all of this. He didn't really have a chance to escape, so could be in some trouble. Is going to go for a bit of a face breaker, kicks back and away. Wako coming to the rescue, and with the Minji teleport force, that's going to be all for now.
Yeah, that's a very good trade for PSG, actually. As we did notice that Hanabi couldn't stay in the lane anymore. Like, if he stayed, he was a dead man. So he just went back, picked up his Triforce. If you look at the itemization on that back, Liang had the tier 2 boots, and that just meant that Hanabi couldn't go out of his own lane. So first tower gold does go over to Beyond Gaming, but PSG are going to equalize that relatively soon after.
Should be. Whoa, Kino playing it really dangerously there, manages the Hex Flash, and that's the other thing. We haven't really talked as much about the Hex Flash opportunity because it does mean that Kino, even though it's telegraphed, can get up and close some gaps or dodge some skill shots pretty effectively, and Kino already showcasing why this set support pick can have a big impact because he can use it to set up these fights. So having even more ability there is quite clutch, and Wako trying to be a little bit annoying, stop some backs, a little bit of a zap action on that one. This tower will not fall just yet, so for the time being, Beyond still holding on to a slim gold lead.
Yeah, and you could see the wording from Kaiwing. He was very well aware of the potential for just Set to use that Hex Flash, get over the wall, and be behind them in an instant. So when they push up, they have to keep that River Brush warded at all times. Liang, in the meantime, this is how you play Tryndamere. No TP, you're never going to see your teammates, and you're going to build Hullbreaker. So this item is absolutely bonkers in terms of gold efficiency. If you have no allies close to you, you get extra armor and magic resistance. It lets you get a gold efficiency of 190% at max level. So it's absolutely crazy as an item, and we are going to see just Beyond Gaming try to shift into this 4-1 sort of mode. They don't want to see Liang. They're just going to keep their distance and try to play 4v4 on the other side.
Now, speaking of, it looks like it's a bit more like 3v3 right now, but the rest of the squad's trying to come to react. Kino going to get a little caught up for just a second. Does have a little bit of a shield, but is there enough of a follow-up here for Beyond Gaming as the Super Mega Death Rocket clips a little bit of the health bar? Wing, they are going to not be able to get out entirely as they took the short range, but Minji gets deleted by Unified on the back half. A lot of tit for tat there. Ends up being 2 for 2.
That was not supposed to happen because PSG had a 4v3 there. Beyond Gaming, knowing the limits of their champions very well, even though the trade does end up a little bit worse because PSG only lose their supporting cast as Minji does go down in that one. Also pretty impressive by Beyond Gaming. I mean, this is a trade I would take all the time. If I'm winning in the top lane with my Tryndamere and Hullbreaker and my 4v4 goes 2v2 all the time with Cannon Barrage being synced into this, I'm pretty happy if I'm Beyond Gaming, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's not entirely wrong here. I do love that this whole thing starts out as a 3v3, and obviously Unified is close stuff, and he just kind of like walks up and just starts casually throwing out just about every type of bullet on there. Minji gets blown up really fast, but they do force a lot of clutch summoner spells as well. That's a whole nother story. So unfortunately, it does look like we have a pause at the moment. So taking stock of the situation, it is a slim gold lead for Beyond Gaming, and right before we get out of this pause screen, we do see that a couple of clutch items have been picked up. The Trinity Force catching my eye on the gangplank as well. So, continues to be a close game, as to be expected from the likes of a PSG Beyond Gaming matchup, Clement.
Yeah, this is starting to turn into a really fun game because as it moves on, really the GP doesn't have much answer against the Tryndamere. The Tryndamere will naturally outscale, and with the Hullbreaker being selected already, it's very hard to outvalue a Hullbreaker Tryndamere that's running Ghost in the top lane. So they are going to have to try and get back with objective play on the other side of the map. But what we just saw was a 4v3 that didn't even go in their favor. So it looks a little bit iffy for PSG at this moment, and I really think they need very good target selection in these future fights. They did open up on Xin Zhao that had a Gore Drinker and was able to use Crescent Guard to deny all the damage from Cannon Barrage. So I think, in the future, if PSG are looking at these fights, they have to wait on the Cannon Barrage until Beyond Gaming are fully engaged. They can't use Cannon Barrage first and, have kind of Beyond Gaming dance away from the area of effect and then come back in. It has to be absolutely lethal for them, and it puts a lot of pressure on PSG. Like, even though PSG don't look far behind, I do feel like from this point onward, they are going to have to be the ones making the proactive plays, as Beyond Gaming is just going to sit on Trinity.
Yeah, it's going to become more and more of a problem as the game goes on. And Trinamir is definitely one of those champions that you cannot forget about, because he will just solo kill your base, It's something that they have to find an answer to. And the answer seems to be, let's force the issue around the Dragon Pit. The problem is, last time they had a numbers advantage, it didn't look so hot. They're actually getting flanked right now, and here we go. Kino looks to turn things around, and they start by taking out Unified. That's not what you want to see as a PSG fan. Super Mega Death Rocket splits the uprights, but Kaiwing is not long for the rift as he tosses down the box. Liang is not going to die thanks to the Undying Rage. And even though they only get 2 on that one, they still have a big swing with the Dragon going over in their favor as well.
Yeah, what a beautiful setup coming in from Beyond Gaming. Once again, Kino just catching PSG sleeping. Like, he was coming in from, I believe he was just coming in from pure vision. Maybe he did Hex Flash over the ward or something, or through the bush or something. But that was a very easy engage for PSG. They find the target onto Unified. They blow his summons, they kill him right off the bat, and a very easy transition into the Drake. Let's watch that again, focusing on Kino's path of attack right here. I feel like he just walked up to them. Like, it wasn't really anything special.
You have to respect this. I mean, it's just, he knows exactly what his champion's going to do, and then PSG don't respect it, and he's like, all right, I guess I'm just going to showstopper all of you. And at that point, it's like, cool. Really nice rocket. Obviously, if you're Walker, you're like, man, I really wish I could have gotten one of those guys, but really good of Kaiwing and Juhan to dodge it out. Even so, they still managed to get the kill at the end of the day, managed to take the Drake on top of it. And, fun fact about Kino's name, it is the German word for cinema, and I think it's very appropriate, because Kino, the way he's been playing, certainly looks like an action film.
Very cinematic entrances both times from Kino here, and
superhero
it's so
landing.
Weird to see from PSG. I do feel like PSG, my biggest worry about this transition to more of a teamfight approach was that PSG are actually not a team-fighting team. The way they play was much more tempo-oriented in their previous iterations, so I sort of had my misgivings about how well they could pull off more of a 5v5-centric composition, and so far it just doesn't look like they have the positioning coordination. I feel like Kaiwing has been ultra risky both times, and the way you would play was, I think the way Kaiwing is playing is still as if he was playing with River and Maple.
Yeah, you got to change that up a little bit for sure. Rift Herald's been popped out of its home for the time being, as PSG were hoping to grab that one, but not able to do it before the rest of Beyond arrived, and getting a little testy here. It's got to be you got to be careful if you want to try and tangle with Beyond. They've already shown they're more than capable of winning the fights. The gold game is close, but as you mentioned, it's really all about the tempo swing and all about what these teams can do with their champions. And at the moment, Beyond definitely having the edge in that regard. And they're also pushing on multiple lanes. It's turning into a bit of a 1-3-1 push, with the core damage dealers really doing so much work on the Beyond side, and it looks like they've been able to grab just about everything spoils-wise, pushing on top, getting a decent shove on bottom, and of course also having this Rift Herald. You see Kaiwing is sniffing and fishing for something, but you gotta be careful not to overcommit. Teleport's already coming into this brush. They will get it. The grab is onto Husha, and that's gonna be it.
Yeah, at this point, with PSG's deficit, they definitely need prior setup to win these teamfights. They need Beyond Gaming to venture past barrels. They need them to walk into the box. They can't have these abilities used during the chase down. That's already way too late for the fight. And because PSG didn't have position there, they did have to kind of give that Herald up. And the question really is, like, when is PSG actually going to get a chance to set up? Right now, they're not really winning in any of the side lanes, so it looks to me that what PSG are going to have to gamble for is a big Baron play. They have to give up one of those side lanes, just set up on Baron, make it extremely difficult for Beyond Gaming to approach, take the big purple worm, and after you have that buff, you don't have to worry about side lanes anymore, because your lanes are going to auto-push with the empowered minions.
Yeah, always a bit of a risk, but it seems like they have been happy to take them. And the question mark is, if it turns into a 5v5, how's it going to look at the end of the day? Using the teleport advantage is probably what PSG should really focus on too, and getting that set up. Right now they have the double TP advantage because Minji still has his on cooldown. But I feel like the only way to safely set this up on the Baron play is to catch somebody out, get a collapse going. They're trying up in the top side, but you can already see Minji's wise to it. He backs to the safety of his tower.
Yeah, I believe Juhan was actually spotted there. I'm not sure why, but Minji was able to ping the Lee Sin's position out on the way. Super safe, like you mentioned here. And we do have PSG, I think, shifting more now towards that sort of teamfight setup mode. They have a lot of vision around this Baron, so if they so choose to, they can definitely sack bottom lane and just go full on for Baron and try to get a teamfight going that way. They know their win conditions very well. But in the meantime, Leon is still going to have a field day here against Hanabi. Not much Hanabi can do at this point. Leon is just so damn tanky. Doesn't really care about the Pirate whatsoever. And if I'm PSG, the best I could hope for is probably using this leverage with the Drake to force Beyond Gaming to face check into Baron. I feel like that's the go-to play for them at this point.
Yeah, it's almost like when you're on the cusp of getting like a very advantageous dragon, it's almost a little too tempting at that particular point. Beyond do pop the Eye of the Rift Herald though in the mid, and it does look like they want to use this at the very least to gather everyone here. I wonder if they'll use it as a full-on distraction, because you see the turn now goes towards the dragon, which is spawning right now, but that Rift Herald is already dead. I feel like this is not a safe 5v5 by any means. It feels like a waste.
Yeah, that Herald timing was a little bit suspect, but if I'm Beyond Gaming and like PSG have to walk into me, I'm perfectly happy for taking this fight. There's
look at
no
Minji and
setup
Leon.
from PSG. And look at these flank angles. Like, it's so hard for PSG to actually walk away with this. They basically have to have a perfect engage.
There we go. That's going to be the engage for Beyond. They're the ones to pull the trigger, and oh my goodness, they come up huge, taking down Unified quickly enough. Hanabi will answer back, but it was only on Aquino, and now Juhan isolated from the rest of the pack. Beyond Gaming will be the ones cleaning up 3 for 1. Should be able to easily secure Dragon and might even get a Baron in the mix.
Oof. Yeah, this is, again, another positioning mistake for PSG. Your composition cannot walk into Beyond Gaming. You are not a comp that can go forward and chase down targets like Minji and like Leon. So this is a complete head-scratcher from me. I feel like PSG, the way they played this, they had to disengage from this. I know it might be like the third Drake, but, you know, just swing over to Baron. Force Beyond Gaming to face check into you. Walking like this, right up forward, and Unified, unfortunately, making a big mistake here, staying in range of Kino, just means that they get completely wiped in this teamfight. Look at this setup here. Like, Hanabi has to use his... Hanabi has to use his ultimate to engage. Like, that's not how you play a gameplay. You don't want to use your ultimate to engage against a Tryndamere and a Kali comp. They can just move past that cannon barrage so damn easily.
And now, things on the side lanes go from bad to worse here for PSG, because instead of getting the Baron and stopping the side push, they now have the Baron against them, and the side push gets twice as bad. So they may have gotten an Infernal Drake, which will help in a 5v5, but they might be in danger of just getting picked apart and collapsed on.
Yeah, this is such a head-scratcher for me, and I feel like this is the symptom of PSG shifting from one style to a very different style, a 5v5 oriented style that, frankly, we didn't really see them play all that much throughout their entirety of summer. So we're going to see how well they can set up these team fights. Flash Wolves systems and PSG, they've never really been that sort of a team. I don't have the highest expectations for them to suddenly be able to go into that mode. But, you know, if Bay and Juhan, oh man.
Oh dear. This is a 1v2. This is a 1v2. Yeah. If Minji actually pulls this off, I don't think he's going to. No he almost did! Oh! I mean, I feel like that just tells you all you need to know about this game. Meanwhile, Leon is, he is full Tryndamere right now.
Killing.
Yeah. God, I'm getting solo queue flashbacks, man. I don't miss playing top lane, I'll tell you what.
If you're kind of on the spectrum like me, I feel like Season 12 top lane is great. Like, you have all the excuses to not care about any of your other lanes.
I mean, this is why I play teamfight tactics. I don't want to have to care about any lanes.
That's also true.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm also not a big brain player, so, you know, that's a whole nother story. That's why I'm the yelly man.
I wanted to say that if PSG, like Bay and Juhan, they want to showcase what they have, their synergy, their magical spark together, this is their opportunity because their team is in a pretty big deficit, and then they 1v2 Minji, and they don't even get a win out of it. So, things are just looking from bad to worse right now. Hanabi has a terrible time against this cannon minion, and now just kind of casually solo kills him.
Yeah.
Like, the barrel does land, but it's not enough to dissuade Leon from just doing a second engage, and this time the barrels don't hit their mark.
You know that whole, like, schoolyard thing, like who would win, like ninjas or pirates? Like, I feel like ninjas usually win, and then, of course, Vikings, the lesser-known variation. Clearly, Vikings win.
Is that what?
I think Tryndamere counts as a Viking. He's like Olaf is the Viking, but like so is Tryndamere. He's kind of like the same vibe. Maybe he's more of like a barbarian, you know? Same deal.
Yeah, I dig it. Same thing, and you know, I just want to mention that Leon is so far ahead. Like he's not even gonna go for the more usual build of the Immortal Shield Bow. He's just going for Gale Force for the for the execution.
All right. The hook comes in. They really didn't want this fight anyway, so Nabi kind of caught out a little bit. Does actually go back, and Unified will get a kill on Akino, but again, it's just Kino. Super Mega Death Rocket coming through. The damage from Wako is huge. He flashes the wall as they turn on Minji, but unfortunately, Wako, he's going to get popped down by Juhan. However, it's absolute chaos here beyond, still finding more answers, and a quadra kill from Minji as he goes from point to point to point, and they crack open the base.
I'm so disappointed in you, Minji. You had Lee Sin dead to rights. Go after your Penta. Go chase your glory. The game isn't important. The Penta is what counts, man. Let's go. Come on, Juhan.
He's not going for it.
You gotta try and defend the base. Let's go, Juhan.
He's trying for it, but they are eyes on the prize here, Clement. Beyond Gaming clearly want the Nexus. Juhan, he goes with the Sonic Wave, doesn't connect. It's just going to try to be a thorn on their side, but they want to end it right here, right now, and they will not be denied. 27 minutes in, Beyond take the victory over PSG Talent.
And with that, PSG's record of going 18-0 in regular split has been broken. They were flawless last time around, but this time, pretty disappointing start, I have to be completely honest. I feel like PSG, their positioning in all three of their crucial team fights was really off, and I have to say it didn't really even come down to the new members of the team. I would say in the first two team fights, Kaiwing was in a very weird position, and in the third team fight, Unified just straight up got a suplex by Kino. So
yeah,
it's just very odd situation, and unfortunately it does look like PSG will take some time to actually catch up and find a composition that fits them. On the screen right now, I do want to mention that we do have Mistake coming into a GM role for Beyond Gaming as well. You know, world champion support from Taipei Assassins, now also joining the team.
Yeah, certainly has helped them out already. I mean, Beyond Gaming, honestly, where PSG made errors, where they looked a little iffy, Beyond kind of pushed their limits a little bit. I really liked what we were seeing, especially out of the likes of Kino. Here's that last fight one more time. The backup, the hook from Kaiwing. Wako maybe gets a little bit too hyphy here when he flashes the wall, but you know what? They're all in good fun. And just keep your eyes on Minji, because holy crap, he starts to clean up.
Yeah, he gets 2 kills right off the bat on the start here, and a lot of damage coming in from Jinx as well. I feel like Wako did a really good job to push all that damage through and make sure Minji could clean up the entire fight, so no fault to be found there. But again, if you look at those fights, the main problem that we see over and over again is just the lack of correct positioning coming in from the side of PSG. Hanabi got one barrel chain off. He had to run into the fight, essentially. There was no setup time given for the game plank. And I feel like PSG was just way too cavalier with these team fights. They don't have the comp to really challenge Beyond Gaming and chase forward like the way they did.
Yeah, and on top of that, the individual positioning errors were a little bit sus, too. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a game where Unified has been caught out that much, or, like, is unable to position correctly in a team fight. He just kept getting popped left, right, and center. I want to give a lot of credit to Kino for finding those openings and creating them, but sometimes he just straight up walked into the enemy team. You have to respect a set support. He's gonna suplex you no matter what you do.
Oh, yeah, Kaiwing hugging the top side of the river while Kino was in plain view, that was kind of sus. You know, usually you do want your Thresh a little bit further back, so at least there is an escape for Unified. And I do think this is just a symptom of a team that is used to playing tempo, used to always playing forward, and used to being the ones that have the assassins on their team. If you think about Beyond Gaming and how they like to approach the game, it was the Twisted Fate. It was the Akali themselves, or the Silas coming out from Maple. They were the ones that used to do this to the opponent team.
How the
when they're on the
turntables.
Receiving end, yep, they can't take their own medicine.
Yeah, I mean, and also, but Minji, I think he really proved, why this Akali is, a threat from him, and, why his assassins are to be feared, and honestly, why there was a lot of faith being put in him by the side of Beyond. Again, the name that everyone was going to be looking at was going to be Wako because he was replacing Doggo, but at the same time, Minji really stepped up in this first game. I want to give him a lot of credit as well. The rest of the roster did exactly what they needed to do. I mean, I don't take anything away from Liang. He did Tryndamere things, and that's going to happen, but that's to be expected. Wako maybe a little bit of overhype on a couple positions, but he held on really well when he was getting pushed under tower. Kino had a fantastic game. Overall, Beyond, I think they played not only to their comp but to their new core strengths. And PSG, they're still figuring it out, and we'll see how long it takes them to do that this split.
I'll be honest, I didn't like the Tryndamere pick whatsoever. The entire game, his only function was to tie up the gameplay. That's it.
And then solo kill Hanabi when he got fed enough.
I mean, it was enough, but I just don't like Beyond Gaming strategies when they go into game thinking that they can lose all 3 lanes and somehow miraculously come out ahead.
But it works!
Ran the strategy. I know, they ran it so many times in playoffs until it didn't work. And, I don't think it's a sound foundation for the game, but obviously this game, what can you say? It worked out. I would much rather them just have at least a top lane that they can go to in the early game and not have 3 losing lanes. I feel like that is a much sounder strategy, but what can I say? At the end of the day, they won. So
yeah, I mean, we'll see. There's plenty of season to go, right? This is only day 1. We'll see if they actually change things up a little bit, and obviously up against the likes of PSG was a whole other story, and it was kept very close for a very long amount of time until it wasn't. The game started to get out of hand. Big wins for Beyond Gaming, and really kind of just baiting PSG around a couple of objectives. Nicely played overall. Again, I want to give special props to Kino. I think every single time there was a fight, he was right on top of Unified, right on top of a priority target. He didn't necessarily have to do much but run forward and press R, but he did it every single time. So he gets the A.
Yeah, he was very consistent with it, and Minji does get the MVP here. I think it's also very well deserved.
Yeah.
He was doing massive amounts of damage. 92% kill participation on an assassin that was getting pushed in 24/7. That was pretty
everywhere.
Ridiculous.
Minji
if you thought
did.
Juhan and Bei were gonna come in and have a great debut, well, I'm sorry, Minji just rained on that party, 1v2 them in the bottom lane, and congratulations, Beyond Gaming actually, come out ahead here. A very exciting split here as we see the sort of totem pole of the PCS being shaken up.
Yeah, it's going to start to shift a little bit. I mean, and I think nobody came into this split thinking PSG was going to be as dominant as they once were, just because of what a difference in skill compared to the likes of Maple and River. But at the end of the day, today's results really do show that you can't take anything for granted. Deep Cross Gaming beating J-Team, the old J-Teamers beating the new J-Teamers. Frank Esports coming in with a win up against the likes of Impunity, showing off their strength. Meta Falcon team beating Hurricane. Some of those games definitely really back and forth, and this last one, no exception there, with Beyond Gaming claiming the first victory and, notching a win in their rivalry, especially has to feel good after just losing out on the title last summer.
Yeah, and I do want to say I really like today's games, because if you think about all the matches, we did not have laning phase blowouts. Those were kind of a thing in the previous PCS. It could just be because, our top echelon of players have moved on to major leagues, and, the skill gap has kind of gotten shrunk. But I feel like it gives a really good viewing experience, and I honestly feel like the bottom teams, the used to be bottom teams like Impunity, or the teams that we didn't have high expectations from, Hurricane Gaming, they have also stepped up. So we see a much more level playing field, a lot more chances for upsets, and I'm just happy that we don't have to cast games that the outcome is kind of written in stone at 15 minutes. So
yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree with you. It's way better not knowing, and obviously, we have 1 day of games down, we have more games to go, and of course, if you missed out or if you were really hoping to see CTBC flying Oyster, you're going to get your chance tomorrow as they will take to the Rift first up against the likes of Frank Esports. That's a team that certainly has some high-flying talent. After that, J-Team, of course, will look to redeem themselves a little bit up against the likes of Impunity. PSG looking to do the same against Hurricane Gaming. And then you talked about Meta Falcon Team needing a challenge before we know if they're the real deal. Well, how about Beyond Gaming? That's going to be a real metal tester of a match.
Yeah, and we're going to have a lot of good Akali players in that one. Taco versus Minty. Who's going to get the pick here? Very surprised to actually see like Akali being such a high priority in our league. We have seen her in other leagues, but usually if you get a Jace or something, she doesn't really have a great laning phase.
It's a tribute to Maple, I think.
Yeah, definitely has been. You need to capitalize on mistakes to make that pick work, but here in the PCS, we have been able to keep the assassin going.
Yeah, I really like that. It's sort of a tradition. Like there will be the meta defined around other leagues, and always a couple of teams that will break it or do their own thing. But the PCS, it kind of makes a habit of breaking the meta and doing their own things, at least on a lane or two. And mid lane definitely seems to be the one for right now. Bot lane, obviously, adhering a little bit more to what we expected. We saw a lot of Jinx today. We saw a Zeri game, and of course, it being banned immediately following. A whole lot of Aphelios. So that is pretty much it. And that is it for our games today. So thank you all so much for watching. We will be back, of course, tomorrow at the same time. Don't go anywhere. Well, maybe go to sleep, but come back tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.